That would be why. Now you can actually hear me. All right. As I was messing with my audio settings. So, as I was saying, yeah. The man, the legend, Quid Rillstone. Here we go. I don't know if his weapon or his hat is supposed to be the common versus rare drop. Was also saying I doubt Quid and Grazak's spawn chances are even a full 1%. Probably less than that. But, and of course, we got the crappy hat. Not the crappy weapon. It does have Burning Affliction 2 on it, which is at least a thing. It's got a lot of charisma on it for a hat and some save fire. Like, it's, I mean, it's not terrible, actually. We don't have a use for it, but, Burning Affliction 2 does not suck. Is this actually on the tools page, by the way? For Burning Affliction 2? Yeah, it is. Okay, yeah. The Siren Hair Hood. Okay. I'm going to say, because it is kind of an obscure item. Yeah, it's not bad with its big pile of charisma, good chunk of save fire. I mean, it's not bad, but it's not good either. And we have better. So, also he was actually on one of the roaming slots over here. The time I've seen him before, he was on one of the static spawns over here-ish. Like next to one of the trees. So I can pretty definitively say he's got at least two I've heard he has 3 PHs. Well, we can definitively say he has at least 2. So, anyway, let's just do a quick create instance, a non-respawning D4. Anyway, happy Tuesday, everybody. Yeah, Popper, Panzer, Pep 6. Yeah, good evening to both of you, plus everybody else who's out lurking or maybe watching from the future in VODland. So, we have seen both of the mobs that we want from here once each, which is as much as we saw them on closed beta. And there were a couple of days on closed beta before personal instances were implemented, where we actually just kind of target farmed this for a couple of days because we just could not get a seat in Guck. It was just so crowded. And there was just not really a good alternative for XP at the level we were at. So we came here and just did this for a little while. Oh, you ran into Rahotep. Nice. Did he drop his ring or his stick? His stick, rip. The ring's actually pretty okay for the level. Aw, thank you. Your stream is one you look forward to watching. I appreciate that. Oh, hey, it's Hasten Bootstrutter. He's very obsolete. Like, sorry, Hasten, but Drellsna kind of took your gerb. I'm glad some people enjoy my my particular brand of shtick. Let's a lizard man warrior. Yeah, at least. Also, other thing with Quid Rillstone, at least, it's very obvious when he's active because he's the only level 30 something in the zone here, and he's an erudite. So yeah, what an absolute 1999 camp that that he is, where he has a he's a level 35 named that spawns off of a bunch of level 6 placeholders. I think if you were going to target farm him, you'd want to just basically switch to Bard and just run around damage songing all the trash mobs into oblivion. Maybe get a little train of giants behind you and let them eat song damage also, just for the fun of it. So you at least pick up some plat or something along the way. Yeah, I did not see the priest on the first lap through here. Yeah, this is also definitely something to go out, something to attempt to do with tracking enabled. There's also a trick with the placeholders for Quid. They have a slightly different respawn time than the other trash mobs in the area. And so if you can time out the placeholders, you can, with track, you can actually isolate them. Or split the difference and just kill everything because they're all just level 5 skeletons, so just massacre them. And with Grazak, he is a larger orc than the placeholders and the regular orc warriors, so clearly he has just crumped a few lesser orcs. He's probably got a nice supply of teeth to spend. But yeah, I don't see the pH at all. That's weird. I mean, we've seen a few other mobs like the Hand and Guck that are just not spawning on time when the zone pops. They don't spawn for like an hour after. There might be some of that going on in here as well. If it's happening in one zone, it's probably happening in other zones. So, yeah, don't want to waste too much time, especially for a for a maybe 1% spawn with a non-guaranteed drop that's just going to get wiped in 2 weeks anyway. So, I don't necessarily want to burn all of my luck doing this, though. It is worth mentioning I do actually pop on in the morning. Check these spawns and pop 2 personal instances to check on those. We'll just hit up difficulty 3 real quick, and then we're going to head to Guck from there. Because if I hit 46 tonight, which we're going to try, if we do that, then yeah, we're going to do Dragons and Gods tomorrow. You do that right before heading to work? Yep. Yeah, it's a good thing to do with long duration spawns like Lord Grimrot or well, Quid. You can actually camp normally because the PHs are on like a 6 or 8 minute timer or something like that. You know, like normal yard trash spawn time. Shit. Oh, I saw an orc teleporting through the trees. Okay, there's an orc warrior. We don't need him. But I see an orc up there on the mountain. There's the orc priest. Okay, that is the PH. For Grazak. Alright, so we're gonna go check on Quid. There are no solo pulls in here. Yeah, that orc priest came solo. Oh, so by the way, Sith. Any thoughts so far on the next PoE league? Like actual boat league, perhaps, but unironically this time. We're going fishing for sea monsters, apparently. Oh, wait, there's another orc priest? Okay. More Ghost Pirate MTX? Probably. You know, even if I don't have a lot of time to play the league, which I don't expect I will, you know, if there's a good supporter pack, I'll still buy the supporter pack. You know, I know a lot of people on the Legends Dick Sword today were getting all heated over the microtransaction store, and yeah, like everything seemed pretty much in line to me. But I've also bought a lot of tabs on Path of Exile over the years, so you know that's nothing new to me. Is it like 25 storage spaces for $5 or something? Like, yeah, that seems pretty on par with what I would expect from buying PoE tabs. So you'll have to buy the current Paladin themed one. Which one are you? Which pack are you referring to there? Because I probably already did. Let's see. My packs. Yeah. Oh yeah, the Divinity set. Yeah, the Arbiter of Divinity. Wait, did I not buy that yet? I thought I Oh wait, I'm not logged in. I'm gonna say I'm pretty sure I already bought that. Or oh, wait, unless that's the brand new one. Did I not buy that? Oh no, because those are the Return of the Ancients packs. Okay, the Divinity pack. Okay, turn. Available until the launch of our 1.1 PoE2. Okay, yeah. Okay, that one is brand new for the current PoE2 league. I have not bought that one yet, but I will. Yeah, Knight of Divinity, that looks absolutely glorious. Arbiter of Divinity looks fantastic. Yeah, I will 100% buy those. Blood Reaver, I mean, very edgy for, all your Dark Knight related needs. Um, and versus, yeah, the Mirage packs. I don't think either. Yeah, I did not buy. Or wait, I bought one of the Mirage. I bought one of the Mirage packs. I was gonna say that's why it's not on the list of stuff to buy. So yeah, I am. I will 100% buy that pack. That will be my. That'll be my outfit for a while on PoE. Yep. Also, somebody made a Flaming Fist plus 10. Absolute mad lad. Yeah, 1218. All right, yeah, not. Or something you can get at. Well, I'd say level like 12 or 15, but honestly, by the time you've powered it up to plus 10, you'll be level 20. Because that requires a lot of drops. That's 64 drops, I think. And a drop of crystallized flame plus 7, which, I mean, it's got a little mana. I mean, if you for int using classes, it's actually pretty good. For everybody else, it's just it's an earring with stats. It has stats at all. That puts it in the the top half of all earrings in the game. But if we can get raids opened up by or for tomorrow, then we'll hopefully be able to get ourselves an earring of bashing, among other things. Oh, I wonder if let's check if Alia answered my question. Yeah, where even was that? Was that in general? Or D4. Nope, not D4. Builds. Where even? Wouldn't be under instances. Playtest discussion maybe. Jump to present. From. Was it on? Oh, no, that was in general. Okay. Okay, no, just no, not yet. Okay. Odd. So anyway, time to massacre more frogs. I think actually go back home news. Oh yeah, July 16th is when GGG will be doing their full reveal stream for totally definitely Boat League for real this time. Oh, hello, a troll slayer. Yeah, Curse of the All Flame. Oh yeah, they put out a couple of transfigured skills. Holy Hammers of Spirals and Reap of Butchery. Kind of interesting. Let's see here. I'm sure. Let's go ahead and just swap. You know what? Let's swap to 3. While we're in here. Sword skin also included in the recent Divinity pack. It should be. Shop. Buy packs. Let's see here. Divinity. Alright, let's see here. The $30 one gets you the Dodge Roll / Quicksilver Flask, which is awesome, actually. The $60 gets you the Armor Pack, Divine, and the Effect. Does it have the $90 gets you the map? Oh, it actually the wings. Oh wow, you do not get the weapon. Really? Seriously, not get that weapon graphic? Digital, unless it's. Okay, yeah. Does not actually include the weapon skin. A little bit odd, but it is what it is. See some more transfigured spells. Oh, hey, Shinlord. I see a Shinlord here. What am I doing? Wrong spell. So, alright. Yeah, really, really good looking armor set, though. So we'll definitely have to get that. And, you know, it's probably the weapon is probably not included in the pack because PoE 2 doesn't have swords yet. Yeehaw! There we go. We got ourselves a Ghoulbane. Yep. All right. Well, that just saved us a lot of effort. That's like half a Fiery Avenger done right there. We will still need to grab a Soulfire hilt at some point. But other than that, like the worst part of the quest is done. So we got that going for us. Also, crucially, where is it? Okay. Ghoulbane +3. Mode of potential. Come on. Merge. And yeah, very crucially, we can merge these. Boop. We can pull the proc out, plug it into our Spirali Defender's blade, and then that can go in there. And then the actual Ghoulbane +4 can just go in the equipment storage and rot there for now. So, all right. Now, if only it would be that easy every single time. Of course, it will not. But, and you know what? Let's go check the croc while we're up here. Since we're over here. No, just the regular croc. Well, we'll pop the placeholder for the benefit of whoever comes in behind us. Also, let me check my spells. I don't think we really have any. No, level 41 we get actually nothing. 42 we get Holy Might though, which is useful. And although Holy Might's on an 18-second cooldown. So, you know, compared to like vanilla stun is only 12 seconds. So, I don't know, Holy Might is kind of not necessarily a great fourth stun in the lineup. It's though I've seen from other people posting links to the upgraded version of the spell, its cooldown scales a little bit better with upgrades than the other spells because it is percentage based. So you got that going for you at least. And let's see, do we want to do? No, we just want XP. So yeah, +2 is correct. Yeah, I was thinking about going to +4, but no, +4 is just less XP. because it's just so much less efficient. Guck 27,745. Oh. It is a lot of dead frogs. Also, yeah, very nice. Once you get hide and sneak above like 100 skill points or thereabouts, you just stop failing. It just works. So, very helpful. One dark blue, we're just going to leave him be. And yeah, thank you. Yeah, Popper for being the good luck charm there. Not having to worry about that for later is a weight off my shoulders, let me tell you. Though I do want to hit Cav for sure. And oh, hey, with the extra level, okay. Condemnation of Knife up to 301 damage now. That's not bad. And filter. Let's see. Spells that we... Oh, yeah, we don't get Dismiss Undead until level 46. We only have Expulse right now, which is explicitly worse than Wrath. Even Dismiss is only a little bit better than Wrath by default, despite the restrictions on it of being undead only. Also, will be nice once we hit 44 and get Valor of Mar. So we will be properly hasted from then on. We can't... Do we get to see disciplines? No, we don't get an unlearned disciplines page or button to see what poisons we'll get at higher levels. So, rip that dream. Yeah, let's go hit, we'll just... It's, well, you know, Shin Lord's spawn rate is not bad. His drop rate is not amazing. You know, it is a far from guaranteed drop. And I want to say he's on a... was it like 16-minute spawn or something like that? And yeah, as long... Basically, with the timers... With his spawn time compared to the pick... Or the difficulty pick cooldown, you can basically bounce between two instances and get twice as many spawns per loop as you would get by default. If you've got good movement speed and you're good at running from zone in efficiently, you might be able to justify using 3 instances. Otherwise, you'll like get back to the second instance like right before he respawns anyway, so you'll have a very minimal amount of downtime. Or yeah, have a couple of friends in a group. Each of you go camp on the spawn point of a different difficulty, and just everybody jump to that instance when Shinlord himself pops. Oh, it's our good friend the Frenzy. Hello, Frenzy Ghoul. You're on a mission at 46? Yep. Yeah, everybody. Yeah, like I said, yeah, get 4 people. Go. Everybody just chill in a different difficulty. And then everybody just jump to that difficulty when a name spawns. So you can just suppress all the PHs simultaneously. Oh, yeah, all right. You picked up an FBSS. Very nice. Hopefully we'll get some Cloaks of Flames tomorrow. Oh, look, another one. All right, well, you will actually loot. I'll loot that. I will put that on the pet inventory in place of the kitchen tool belt. And we can just destroy the kitchen tool belt then. Okay, so we got an FBSS for the pet that we don't have. Good old crafted breastplate. Ooh, is that a sentinel right there? Not that he really drops anything, but nope, just a PH. We're gonna need to go do. Let's. I was gonna say. The main reason I was concerned at all with getting a fiery Avenger was I did want to actually do the Burning Souls quest again, just in case it gets him, or at least get in position to finish it. Just in case it gets implemented in full before the end of open beta. Just in case. I don't know if that'll actually happen, but, you know, stranger things have occurred. Which is also why we need a Dark Reaver. Which is why we're going to keep hitting Cavalier on every loop. Oh, that was about, what, about 28% to XP so far already? Not bad. We're kind of at the point now where mobs are starting to turn light blue. The value per kill is starting to go down a bit, but our kill efficiency is also going up at a decent pace. And I want to say 43, we get our upgraded Pacify, so we'll actually be able to pull Hopter's room correctly. Yep, we'll show you where Cavalier is, because we're going back there right now, as a matter of fact. Well, after we kill this white con. He's on the southern end of the basement here. We're also gonna hope for a Froglock Crusader. At some point. Yeah, so the Cavalier is down here where he's marked on the map. Just in, because like all the mobs are in their vanilla locations. So this little corner right here, kind of behind the steps. Yeah, it's that mob in the corner right there. That's the PH. Yep. Yeah, because you drop down from above in, like, right here. You just go south a little bit. And, you know, or you come down the steps. Also, I think, yeah, we're doing combat agility right now. So we need one. We're going to get rank 2 of that here momentarily. Oh, the next one pulled automatically. Thank you. How very polite of you, Mr. Wan Ghoul Knight. So are Froglocks all Spaniards? Is that why they're all named Juan? Probably, yeah. Perhaps that's also why they're all knights and cavaliers and such. They're all tilting at windmills. So they're not actually knights, they're just crazy old Spaniards. Just, you know, completely senile. Now I want to see. Okay, that's 378 is our evasion AC. All right, 37. Come on. 370. Come on. 378 divided by 1.02 gets us to like 370 and a half. Okay, that makes sense. And then 370 and a half. So let's call that, let's round that off. 370.5 times 1.05 should be like 389. Okay. So let's see. Let's go ahead and take combat agility rank 2. Let's see. Does this actually reflect on our evasion? Yep. It sure is. And that really is all there is to it. Yep. And it went to 389 as expected. Yep. So you can actually see yeah, the exact effect. So on your character sheet, yeah, your evasion AC is just straight up increased by 2, 5, and 10% via combat agility. So if you ever wanted to know how combat agility actually works, That's how it works. It just straight up increases your evasion AC. Also, our accuracy is 666. So, you know. So I gotta say these gridlock energy drinks right here. I get these from Aldi. They're like $1.11, and yeah, they definitely taste like dollar energy drinks. I like them better when they used to be 79 cents. Like these things are totally worth 79 cents. Now they're like $1.11, I think. Which I don't know. Not sure if they're actually worth $1.11. When I could get 3 of them for the price of a monster, they were totally worth it. Oh, hello, Ghoul Archmagus. When all cans when they were 25 cents. Yeah. Used to be able to go into grocery outlet, aka Amelia's, and yeah, get cans of whatever for 25 cents. Yeah, totally worth. Who's ready to buy some bags? Hey, DFO. You know, I will definitely buy some top level inventory slots because it looks like there's room for 4 of them. And I will definitely buy some horde space. Don't think I don't know if I'll buy any actual bags because as soon as you hit 46, like it just starts raining dragon bags on you, and that's all of your bag needs just solved. Though I don't know, down the road when I'm sitting on like 300 or 400 strength, just naturally, suddenly grabbing one of those 50 slot bags starts to kind of make sense. Because those are really meant as like bank boxes because they weigh 100 pounds each and have no weight reduction. But you know, for the price of that, you could just buy 50 Dragon Horde slots and accomplish the same thing with the ability to just auto deposit stuff into it. Um, you know, the real value in having like a 50 slot bag on hand is being able to carry 50 units of puppet strings. Because everybody needs 250 casts of Allure on demand. Because Lanuga's hammers are actually heavy, so you have to put those in a weight reduction bag. How much mail can you deliver for day 1 with those 50 slaughters? Ooh. That's a thing. Well, on day 1, unless you're an ogre, not much because the bag itself weighs 100 pounds, and you're already overweight just from the bag. And if you're an ogre, then it's not a problem. I think no the real benefit of that bag is carrying around 50,000 bone chips all the time, just in case. That way, wherever you go, you can always fix the faction of the local town on the fly. Oh, come on. Or maybe some other non-stackable items like cobalt molars or goblin ears that you might want to acquire in bulk that don't stack. You know what? I mean, I would expect just like glamour tokens to start to turn your gear or to make skin transfers of your gear. And I will absolutely buy a stack of those to start off. Or I'll buy a stack of those once I have a set of golden Ifriti armor to use them on. You know, and a fiery Avenger. A pink soulfire. Yeah, I mean there was never any way to dye weapons before, and there's never been a way to recolor particle effects. So, not sure how. Not sure if that's conceptually possible. Though being able to recolor soulfire particles would be a nice proof of concept for recoloring epics in Kunark. If it's a thing that can be done. I don't know if the game engine can even support that. I don't know how much that stuff is just hard-coded into like item database entries and stuff, or how much of it is actually fungible. Or you know, is it doable versus is it doable without untangling 50 miles of spaghetti code? That's the other question. Because you could probably, I'm sure you could just simply make a clone of Soulfire with the particles set to a different color palette. That because I assume, and you know, with no knowledge of what it actually looks like under the hood, you know, just assuming based on what I know about how, like, you know, 8 and 16-bit games are coded, that, you know, in the line of code that creates the particle effects, somewhere in there is just a hex code for the color of the particle effects. Although because it is just fire specifically, and fire actually uses a couple different hex codes for the different bits, it might actually just be pulling code from like sconces and stuff. There might actually just be code somewhere for flame effect that, as opposed to the weapon just saying, you know, particles of pattern 6, color code 7 or something like that. Because it's basically just a fancy torch, in terms of what the graphic actually is. So, um, and since so much code in, especially back in 1999, was not designed to be scalable because they never thought the game would last, more than like a year or two. Um, so a lot of stuff is just hard coded, and changing it requires you to redo a lot of nonsense. I would actually be really curious to look at like pseudocode of how the weapon particles actually work. Because I know how bullet patterns in typical bullet hell games and other shmups work, where the bullets generally are not actually, the bullet patterns are not kind of drawn by hand. You've got the individual bullet pixels, and then the pixels are spawned from the enemy and move out according to certain mathematical algorithms. Which is why in a typical bullet hell game, every bullet tends to fall into one of two categories: bullets aimed at you or bullets aimed away from you. Because essentially, bullets are aimed uh, based on the player's location, either the player's location or the enemy's location, and then set on a trajectory based on an offset from one to the other. So, if you are, 5 pixels to the left of the enemy, the bullets go like this, versus if you're 6 pixels to the left, they go like that. Or, that kind of thing. Or they're always in a straight line from the boss to the enemy. Which is where the bullet is just aimed directly at you. Which is how you get the shmup strategy that's called streaming, where if all the bullets are being shot directly at you, all you have to do is keep inching your way in a straight line continuously, and all the bullets will miss you by like a pixel. Yeah, there's a you know what? I'm just gonna link it in chat here. A channel I really like. Uh, yeah. Here, I'm going to link a YouTube channel here called Displaced Gamers. If you want to get down and dirty with code from old games, I highly recommend that channel. Especially NES games, which are all coded in 6502 assembly. Because the NES/Famicom does not have a compiler, and it did not have any developer tools or anything like that. Every game had to just be coded in straight up assembly. Which is exactly as terrible as it sounds, by the way. Anyone who has, even an iota of programming experience, hears, coding and assembly and just, it has instant PTSD flashbacks. On the other hand, one of the cool things with as low-tech a system as the NES, you have so few processor cycles per frame or per second that you can basically just count them. And you can say, like, all right, per frame, I've got so many hundred processor cycles. This line of code takes 5 processor cycles to execute. This line of code takes 10 processor cycles to execute, so on and so forth. So to get all of this work done within a 1-frame time span, we need to accomplish, XYZ. Which is the sort of thing he talks about on that channel, by the way. Especially when looking at... he did a great video, for example, reprogramming the original Metroid to not be such a laggy mess by doing some code optimizations to remove some nonsense, clean it up, start shaving off processor cycles here and there. Because the problem with Metroid is, for those who remember playing the original Metroid, there are certain parts of the game where the frame rate just grinds to a halt. And most of the game is fine, but there's a couple of notorious areas that are just awful, especially the run up to Mother Brain. And most of it has to do with the way enemy frame data is processed, the way enemy sprites are drawn and checked for collision while moving around the screen. That takes a lot of processor cycles. And when there's more than a handful of enemies on the screen, it actually takes like a frame and a half. Ding 42. It takes like a frame and a half to actually do all those calculations. Okay, paralytic poison. Giving you a chance to trigger weakening strike. Okay, that's the slow. And clumsiness. Slows their cast speed. As opposed to neurotoxic, which is befuddling. And you know what? Slower cast. I'm gonna stick with the mana tap. Actually, I mean it's between that and the cast speed slow, tough call. Cast speed slow might actually be better because it makes them easier to interrupt. And reality is, we want to interrupt. I think we want to interrupt enemies to the point where they never will have the opportunity to run out of mana. I think. So let's, but we will leave that one on the bar for later. Oh, block. Oh, we gotta actually drop the old poison because they won't overwrite each other. All right, there's paralytic. Do we have any spells at 42 that matter? I don't think so. 42 is Holy Might. I don't think we're gonna bother with Holy Might, actually. At least not right now. Right now, we don't have a need for a third stun. It's just redundant, especially a third stun on an 18-second cooldown. Oh, yeah, Tortuga. Oh yeah, the public Discord is just so full of rage bait. compared to the closed beta Discord, which is super friendly and polite. And yeah, like the pricing structure for bags and storage space and stuff is pretty much exactly what I expected. So yeah, I'm okay. Like I have no complaints here. But I also buy a lot of Path of Exile supporter packs. So I buy like a $60 or $90 supporter pack pretty much every league. I mean, if there's a pack that interests me, there's some leagues where the packs just don't really ring my bell. But they usually have gotten into a pretty good cadence of like every league they do like a good guy pack and a bad guy pack. So, of course I always buy the good guy pack. But, I buy a lot. I have bought a lot of tabs and stuff over the years on PoE. I have a very nice collection of stash tabs. Yeah, as a new player, you don't need all that stuff off the bat. And you need stash tabs. You really do. I mean, you at least need like a currency tab and an asynchronous trade tab and a map tab. Actually, I mean, like even with the generic map system now, like you don't even finger quotes need a map tab anymore. It's still really nice to have, but it's a lot less mandatory than it was before. Now, if you're gonna go div card hunting, going div card hunting without a div card tab would be pretty awful. I mean, unless you're running just a really tight loot filter, and you're just getting rid of everything, and you're just filtering everything that's not a plonk. But like, I'm a massive pack rat, so I want to be able to. So like, I'll buy a couple dragon storage updates pretty much right off the bat. Which, by the way, speaking of pack rat, yeah, reduces the weight of all equipped and carried items by 5%. You put 10 ranks of pack rat in, and suddenly that 100-pound, 50-slot bag becomes a lot more carryable by non-ogres. A few of the other ones, let's see, yeah, equipment storage, I will probably buy a few upgrades of that. Bump that to like 100 slots, maybe. That activated items. I don't expect to have a lot of stuff in the activated items tab, I think that's going to be mostly for like rogues who are collecting masks. Uh, Although I don't know. By the time you start, can you can you actually like uh left click and hold? Let's see. Drop an activate. Yeah, because I don't think you can like hotkey stuff from the activated items tab. Um, so the activated items tab is for like kind of low priority out of combat stuff, I think. Because if you can't hotkey it, you're not really clicking it mid battle. Yeah, because like because you can cast as long as you're able to equip the item. You can cast stuff from the activated items tab. But you can't hotkey it from there. Because if you click and hold on it, you'll end up just pulling it out of storage. Yeah, certain. I guess things that have to be equipped, you probably have to still equip, like Blade Stopper. Though, you can always, assuming Bandolier is working correctly at any given moment, which has been kind of on and off so far. Hey, Tinfoil Hat, good evening. And yeah, Elcry, good evening to you as well. Come on, guys, please stop chain stunning me. Let's see, don't we... Over channel bug fixed? Nope. It's scheduled for a hot fix this week, but that has not popped through yet. Even like bank space, again, like when you get to do, because you have a lot of bank slots by default, and then you get to do, like 5 Voxes and 5 Nagafens and 5 Kazakhs per week. Like you end up with so many bags to fill out your inventory and your bank space. You get so much space. Not to mention evil eye bags before then. And if people want to spend $5 to get 5 extra AAs, I just don't care. I mean, AAs are so easy to come by in abundance, and that if people just absolutely feel the need to throw down a couple of bucks to make it go even faster, they can knock themselves out. I see no need to buy AA potions at all. I don't need to spend money to play the game less. But I'm not gonna begrudge other people wanting to do that. It's whatever. I spend enough money on gacha that I'm not gonna judge. I'm living in my own glass house, so I am not gonna throw stones. First time you came to Freedy yesterday? Oh yeah, it used to be. Oh yeah, just perma camped. Yeah, you needed to get in line. Yeah, going through and doing like a Marie Kondo on your inventory once in a while is just necessary. Yeah, you will get so much crap in your inventory that you will just never ever use. And you need to just let it go. Get used to pulling procs out of weapons and then throwing out the weapon. Shove it in your exaltation slot or storage, and then just dump the weapon. You'll never use it. And they did bump the starting loadout limit to 3, which I think is honestly fine. Like that's all I ever used on closed beta. Admittedly, I'm kind of single-minded in the types of builds I tend to play. But even then, I can't imagine most people would have too many hypothetical loadouts that are so different. Unless they really just like having a lot of different oddball setups available on demand. But I think those people are probably the outlier. Like I don't think there's that many people that are going to have like a pure melee build, and a triple caster build, that they need separate loadouts because the gear sets are actually that different. As you see the end game sky, farming sky for best console. Oh yeah, then yep, using overpowered twink gear to get A's. Yep, I mean that's what I basically did on closed beta. I never changed classes until I had a bunch of planar gear. Other than What, maybe, no, actually, because I just went straight to 46 on my main kit. And then, yeah, used all that New Game Plus gear to power level alternate classes. Yeah. Yeah, pay to not play is just goofy. And more Spalders. Okay, well, I really wanted a sword, but Cavalier just wants me to come back and make another appointment with him, apparently, so whatever. You know, I'm sure you'll have, like, some weirdos who will... And again, these are going to be, edge case weirdos rather than the norm, who will just buy AA potion after potion so they can like win the race to max AA or whatever, to just farm that for content or whatever. To which, I say, great, more power to those people. Thank you for, funding the game to help, stroke your ego. More power to you, I guess. It's again, I've spent enough money on gacha. I am, I am not going to throw stones because I am living in my own glass house. So, yeah, scout drops being weighted to your 3 classes. Yeah, good and bad, because there's like a specific kit that I want to use while running around Sky, and getting those drops for those classes is great. But if I want other stuff, he hit 20 today. Yay, holy steed based. Yeah, level 50, best in slot Sky gear. Yeah, in 8 days does not indicate a need to buy XP potions. Yeah, I agree. Like, levels come quickly, AAs come quickly, and yeah, and your first run up to 50 is the slowest because you don't have all that New Game Plus, planar gear yet to just to power level yourself. Bark splinted shoulder pads. Those are actually pretty good. For the... You ready to raid yet? Getting there. We're at 42.26. Level 43, we get our big boy, well, almost big boy pacify, so we can actually start clearing Hopter's room. Which is actually a nice little bit of extra XP at the top of the zone, because they're the 3 highest level mobs in this region that right now we have to skip because we do not want to have to do all 3 of them simultaneously. And then, yeah, 44, we get haste. And then, so suddenly our kill rate will go up substantially. So, hoping we should be very much ready for dragons and stuff by tomorrow. And we'll finish we'll finish combat agility. And not sure necessarily what we will start investing in next. Um, we might actually take a point or two of adamant will. Because or steadfast will. Like 2 or 3 ranks of steadfast will goes a long way, and they don't start getting expensive until the later ranks. The first couple ranks are very cost effective, and so they have a lot of value. Yeah, even like steadfast will, first rank is 15%. Only costs 2 points. I think the last rank, the tank only rank, costs like 12 points. But yeah, definitely everybody who's playing on Freeport. Yeah, if you wanna, do dragons and gods tomorrow, would love to just get y'all in a raid. And Stabface, thank you for that follow. Welcome to the program. Glad to have you here with us. Been lurking, forgot to log in. Welcome, welcome. Third class is wizard, so hopefully you can cover some porting. Okay, yeah. Very useful, yeah. Yeah, just being able to port just going like from Nagafen over to Vox and then back to South Row is huge. Because, yeah, from Lava Storm to Everfrost is a hike. Though the gnome on the docks in Freeport can also send you to Kinos, which at least gets you pretty close. So you don't have to run the whole way across the Karanas. So, could be worse. Also, I saw some people like complaining in the Discord about like deity unlocks being available in the shop before they're available via quests or achievements or whatever. To which I say, like, the only deity unlock that has a mechanical purpose or that is mechanically useful, generally speaking, is agnostic, and they very specifically got that one in game, um, back in closed beta. Because yeah, being able to be agnostic has actual mechanical value. Because it means you can, or because it gives you like neutral faction to basically to the whole world. Um, so it makes it much easier to be not KOS everywhere simultaneously. Yeah, haters gonna hate. One of the great problems of the internet, and I mean, and this fundamentally expands to all forms of mass communication. People figured out a long time ago. I mean, people figured out in the 19th century that rage bait makes way more money than any other breed of communication. This is where yellow journalism comes in. And, consider modern internet rage bait is honestly low caliber trash. 19th century rage bait was the kind of rage bait that started actual wars. you know, that is top tier rage bait. When you make a headline so inflammatory using phrases like, remember the Maine and to hell with Spain, that your government uses it as a casus belli. Also, if you use the phrase casus belli in regular, colloquial conversation like this, you're either a massive nerd, or you play a lot of Paradox games, or more likely, both. And why, yes, half of the value of my Steam library is Europa Universalis DLC. How did you know? You spend $150 on a night out drinking. Yeah. This is why I don't go to the bar anymore. Actually, there's a really nice house bar about 3 doors down from me, where I can have a perfectly lovely evening, for like $30. And some new owners bought it recently. They're really refurbishing it, trying to because it used to be kind of a dive bar, or definitely a dive bar, and they're the new owners are really trying to classy it up while um, while still keeping it as a cheap night out. Though, if any ladies under 50 would ever go there, I'd probably spend more time there. Uh, Because, ultimately, if I want to just drink whiskey, I can do that at home. And, the rye I usually drink is $80 a bottle. I don't want to be buying that by the shot. Because that's going to be about a $10 to $14 shot, depending on where you go. Is one of these idiots a healer? Okay. Yes, but he's out of mana. Okay. No, actually, the distillery near me is having a dueling pianos night next week, so I will actually go to that. I am actually quite the piano bar aficionado. I wish there was an actual full-time piano bar anywhere vaguely close to me. And why, yes, I do know the lyrics and can sing almost every single song Billy Joel has ever recorded. How did you know? And not just the hits, I can do the deep cuts. Or I should say, I can do like half the deep cuts. And most of the hits. Like I don't like I only kind of half know stiletto because I just never really liked that song. Um, but I can. On the other hand, I can mostly do. I've seen the lights go out on Broadway. That one needs a little bit more practice before I take it to karaoke night, though. And look, and even Billy himself needs a lyric sheet for "We Didn't Start the Fire," so. Oh, we're halfway to 43. That's good. Oh, and for with regards to For the Longest Time, I can do both the vanilla version and the Waluigi version. Which, for those not in the know, is the version done by Wakapella, which is an all Waluigi parody of the group Rockapella. And is also my headcanon that the song "She's Always a Woman" "She's Always a Woman to Me" uh, is actually about Talina from Path of Exile. And then someone's gonna pull an actually. Actually, I'm pretty sure that song was written like 40 years before Path of Exile came out, and like 45 years before the Rogue expansion was added, and Talina was added to the game. Like, shut up! I said it's my headcanon. And my headcanon is not restricted to the, simplistic linear perception of time. Oh yeah, we're at 67 AAs right now. So yeah, the we're clearly going for that Gen Z appeal. .800 backstab. You'll love to see it. Is that the Archmagus right there? Nope. Okay. We do need a sec to get some mana back, though. Or just, honestly, to just get a little bit of everything back at this point. Yeah, if Vox would be so kind as to drop a crystalline spear tomorrow, that would be very nice. Well, I wonder. No, we wouldn't be able to do. Yeah, thinking. Though, let's see if we get both dragons done tomorrow, and maybe we have some time for some interrooks. Honestly, those raids do go by pretty quickly with 8 people. Because you just kind of steamroll everything. You know, if we did like Kazakh 0 through 4 2 days from now, we could probably just bounce directly into Plane of Sky after Kazakh. Start maraudering our way through that. Because especially with things like Mez having their level cap cranked up, that makes so much of the zone so much easier. Also, Lull will get its level. Lull does not currently get its level cap raised from upgrades. It will though. It's supposed to. Just it's not. It's not a thing currently. Yeah, should be a lot of fun. Oh, very nice. Yeah, we got the Weakening Strike, Clumsiness Strike, and Blood Siphon going all at once. Very nice. Yeah, still hoping we get filled out or at least expanded class tab AAs during open beta, so we have a chance to play around with those a bit. Though if that ends up being a post-launch thing, so be it. You know, there's more than enough general tab and archetype tab AAs to keep people occupied for quite a while. Not to mention all the meta slaves playing warrior, cleric, bard that are going to have to spend like 50 or 60 AAs just on bard. $13.77. We overshot Leet by 40 points. Dang. But I want to be Leet Hacksaws. Also, just thinking, by the way, on the Burning Souls quest, needing the Dark Reaver off of this frog here really just is a counterpoint to needing Ghoulbane for Fiery Avenger. So I think this being something like a Dark Avenger sword for SKs I think really does track. You have Aldrin now, pet using Thelvorn. Oh, nice. And yeah, permanent increased track is nice. Yeah, track is so useful, and even just even a low skill track like what bards get is still a large enough radius to cover big swaths of most zones, especially indoor zones. You know, being able to see the end of the dungeon from the beginning of the dungeon. Now, Felvorn deserves to have a better proc than just dismiss undead. You know, why is a plane of sky weapon using the same proc as Ghoulbane? You know, a thing that drops off of a level 30 mob. Jarek just hit 44. Very nice. You're just a smidge ahead of me. I'm going to be hitting 43 here in a couple of minutes. Or the Bard Weapon proccing Chant of Battle. Yeah. How do Bard procs like that even work, anyway? Is it... I guess it just, like, pulses the song for 18 seconds, right? So it basically just kind of, like, adds a twist to the lineup for you? But, yeah, it's just their basic love... Like, Chant of Battle is the level 1 Bard song, isn't it? That gets replaced by, like, level 10. Yeah. Also, I think I mentioned this yesterday, but after playing Rogue like this, I have actually gained a pretty good appreciation for the new for the Rogue poison system now. It actually adds a nice layer of utility to the class, and the proc rates on them are high enough that like it's a reliable slow. Ooh, 1,200 point backstab, not bad. Followed by a 300 point kick. Oh, superior healing will feel so good when we get to 46. See Rogue and a Paladin Cleric build as pretty good. Yeah, Doc retired. I would agree. Yeah. Um, I guess the kind of the question comes down to: would you be better served with Rogue in that slot or Beast Lord? Because if you're doing it for the slow, first and foremost, Beast Lord does that better. And for what it's worth, Beast Lord doesn't require you to spend a gear slot on a poker. So you don't have you don't have a gear slot locked in. Um and you do get those extra fast cast quick stuns. Those like ice dagger spells or whatever they're called. By the way, do I still have that flaming? I do still have that flaming fist. When we get this trio to 50, I think I actually want to. I think I want to actually level Beast Lord and test out how well that works. Because I'm sure the answer is very well. Especially with pets actually working. Pet scaling from spell bonuses. Oh yeah, the white gold necklace 7, which does not have. Um, hmm. I see a white con. Is that a frenzy, perhaps? It is a frenzy. Hello there. And a bloodthirsty ghoul. Hello, Mr. Frenzy Ghoul. Always a pleasure to see you. If the answer to how much damage is not yes, it's not worth it. Other nice thing, like with the Beast Lord pet, is if you need to turtle up and just focus on survival, you know, the pet just becomes a mobile dot that is not subject to your own action economy. Another Moonstone Ring, which we just don't need any more of. Oops. Actually did not need to resoothe him, but whatever. And ding, 43. We finally get Calm. Which we are going to moat up. We have 19 lesser potentials. What does 6? No, actually. Withdrawal. Let's just do 4 of those. Yeah, because we get real pacify in another couple of levels, so tier 4 is plenty on this thing. Do we get any other spells we're talking about yet? 40, no. 44, we get Ethereal Cleansing and Valor Umar. Ethereal Cleansing, we will put some motes into for testing purposes. We have Extended Enhancement 2 puts an extra tick on Ethereal Cleansing, which is handy. Oh yeah, with the Befallen AA mote strat, yep. Looted 15 or so plus 5s, leveling a Druid 10 to 21. Yup. Yep, especially get down into the Dark Elf area, and I think there especially the motes go crazy. Because I think there is some kind of level gating on motes. Like upstairs you'll get like 2s and 3s. By the time you get to the Dark Elf area, it's just all 5s all the time, with the occasional 6 off the Baron. Till you take that, this is the channel for the best expert tips. Yes. When did glaze become a popular word in that context? I feel like that was a fairly recent thing. I mean, I appreciate the glaze. You're 16. Yeah, Like I hear Gen Z aged people on YouTube say it. So I assume it's kind of like a Zoomer thing. You know, it's kind of interesting. Um, uh, Cultural difference between, let's say, like millennials and Zoomers slash alphas. Um, Millennials, growing up with their primary media source being television and being subject to all the censorship regulations they're on. Uh, you know, just like curse constantly left, right, and center. Um, Whereas like the um, Zoomers and alphas growing up with the internet as their mass media platform of choice, where generally speaking, n- nothing has to be censored like it does on TV. There's no regulations about how many f bombs you can drop per hour or whatever on the internet, like there is on TV or in movies. But everybody's always worried about like monetization algorithms and getting demonetized or whatever. So they're like hyper vigilant about using like euphemisms. So yeah, you don't call someone like an ass kisser, you know, or a brown noser. You call them a glazer or something. Uh, uh, Nobody commits suicide anymore. They unalive themselves or log out of the Minecraft server. This weird, heckin' wholesome Reddit or Reno um, language. What George Carlin would have called soft language, except it's so much worse. Like the politically correct, like human resources speak of the '90s was so much less heckin' wholesome than the Reddit speak of current year. But yeah, soft language. Soft language for soft people. You're from Voz have been a real help. Doc retired. Thank you. I appreciate that. I am always glad people are getting value out of this stuff. You're loving the Pal Claire Zerk build. Excellent. Call rural America with their internet brain rot. Real culture shock for most. Yeah. Um. Or at least middle class coastal city Zoomers. Because there's such a cultural divide between the um the yuppie suburbs of the coastal cities and everything in between. Mm-hmm. And, yeah, Gen X here. Yeah, kids need direction, boundary, support, understanding of how to use failure for positive self-reinforcement. Yeah, that was blame the boomers for hyper coddling their millennial children. And, with the rise of helicopter parenting and soccer moms and all that garbage. And then, of course, those millennials who are now parents to Gen Alphas are carrying that forward. And doubling down on it. Because it's all they know. Though here's something interesting. Speaking of people needing structure and direction and stuff, there's after decades of especially Gen X centric culture of turn on, tune in, drop out. Um, because to pick on the Gen Xers a bit here, it was the Xers and the MTV generation that really exemplified the notion that it's cool to just not give a damn about anything and just be completely disaffected and detached. Well, after decades of that, and now a hyper-atomized society where everybody feels like they're completely removed from civilization and every man feels like an island. We're actually starting to see an uptick in fraternal civic organizations like the Elks and the Masons and stuff like that. Organizations that had kind of languished for a few decades because nobody gave a damn about anything. And now people are back to wanting to give a damn about things and are looking to organizations like that in order to accomplish that. Because in many cases, they're boomer or possibly like early Gen X parents just don't give a damn about anything. I've seen a lot of stuff cropping up on YouTube over the last week or so about uh, Zoomers and especially alphas having serious literacy problems, which is very true. But even as a very early millennial, because I was born in '85, so I just barely missed out on being an Xer. Um, Even I remember as a kid. And now, granted, I did not go to a great school district. I went to a very middle of the road school district that was degrading over time. Like it was a pretty good school district when I was in like second grade. By the time I was in high school, it had, because the city had gone down the toilet, the school district went down the toilet with it. Um, but like people like the in English class in particular, in 12th grade, senior year English, they were still trying in vain to teach people what nouns and verbs are. The stuff that I had learned back in like first or second grade. A noun is, a person, place, or thing. A verb is an action or a state of being. An adjective describes a noun. An adverb describes a verb. I mean, these are not hard concepts. This is very basic grammar. But like even in 12th grade, after every year's English class for 12 years now, had been trying to get people to understand these concepts. And, the teacher would ask, okay, class, what's a verb? And 90% of the class would just stare at her like she had three heads. Or she'd put a sentence up on the whiteboard and be like, okay, what's the the verb in this sentence? As everybody just stares slack-jawed. So like the literacy problems that are becoming or that are hitting critical mass now, or maybe supercritical. Those are not new problems. They've just degenerated to the point of critical mass now, but they've been absolutely brewing since the 90s. Now consider the millennials already have shorter life expectancies than their parents. The fact that alphas are now active, are now dumber than their parents. I mean, we're just continuing that trend of degradation. And consider, for the millennials to have shorter life expectancy than their parents, consider for a moment that their parents' generation had their average life expectancy impacted by Vietnam. Oops, did not mean to hit striker. I meant to hit... No, actually, it's fine. What? Oh, come on. Control 6. There we go. Offensive stance. All the tech firms currently are going so fast trying to figure out if they can create artificial general intelligence that they're not stopping to ask if they should. 20 hours. See, I would have thought 2 a.m. is like the most common time for people to call 911. Since things like break-ins and violent crime are more likely to happen under cover of darkness. Instance ended exactly as you pulled Goal Lord. Rip. Hopter gets a pass this time. But it is merely a temporary stay of execution, not a commutation. Also, I'm going to ascribe a portion of that literacy problem to the fact that millennials collectively decided that they didn't ever have to grow up, and that it is perfectly normal for 40-something-year-old millennials to be reading young adult literature, stuff written for like 15-year-olds. Like that's Like young adult is just like the isn't even really its own category anymore. It's just that's what paperbacks are. Like it's just the default genre of trade paperbacks. Like does anybody under 40 know who the author Tom Wolfe is? Yeah, and I'm not talking about the former governor of Pennsylvania, just different spelling actually. But yeah, like do do the kids today even read Catcher in the Rye in high school anymore? Like, how do you be 15 without reading Catcher in the Rye? Like, how does your brain physically level up from age 14 to age 15 without reading Catcher in the Rye? Like, I don't think that's biologically possible. You know, like Catcher in the Rye for 14-year-old boys is like an elemental stone in Pokemon. It's like you have to use the item in order to evolve. Like otherwise that Staryu is just never going to become a Starmie. Your 16-year-old just read the Dune series based. You don't read Catcher in the Rye in Australia. I mean, in Australia, okay, there's got to be um, some kind of equivalent book that um, that Australians have. That's like the Lord of the Flies. I would have called that more like I don't know, maybe when the reader's like 10 or 12. Um, and yeah, I mean, and 1984 should definitely be on the reading list. Maybe more like age 16 or 17. Um, more like junior year of high school instead of freshman year. Yeah, or Gatsby. Yeah. Um, I mean, the people who ban those, who want to ban those books, you know, only ever, you know, they know about as much about those books as you would get by like asking Grok, for a 2-line summary. That's all they know about those. Like, hey Grok, what's Catcher in the Rye about? Oh, it's about a kid who skips school to go hire a prostitute. Oh, well, okay, I guess we have to ban it then. um, because like going back to the rage bait bit earlier, was saying how rage bait is the most profitable form of communication. Note that I didn't say effective or useful. I said profitable. And that's a key difference. Because those book banners, only communicate to each other in rage bait headlines. All they know about anything is a rage bait headline. But because that's all they know, all of their actions are based on that. Their perspective on Catcher in the Rye is that it's a book about a kid who skips school so he can go hire a prostitute. And both of those things happen in the plot, but that's like summarizing the New Testament by saying, well, it's about a guy who dies and comes back to life. Like, yes, that is fundamentally, if you ask Grok to sum it up in one sentence, that's what you would get. I steal this book. I'm aware of I'm aware of it. I've never actually read it. Speaking of 1984, by the way, right now, coincidentally, we're at 19 viewers and 84 subs. Orwell would be proud. All right. Let me get some endurance up because I know for a fact we're gonna crit resist a lull and pull this whole room here with Hopter and gang. Because of course we will. Because why would anything nice ever happen? Uh, Owning the Anarchist Cookbook is a crime in UK. Well, it's just not legally obtainable in Canada, Australia, Germany, or France. O-U-K. Okay, we're going to actually pull that Bach Ghoul Knight first. Because sometimes Hopter's pathing is a little weird because of his throne. So we're going to pull Hopter last. You know, meanwhile, also, you know, in Canada... Oh, crap. Okay, well, this is fine. You know, LOL wore off early, and I should have pulled this mob further back the hall, and I didn't. So, fie on me. Oh, and, of course, now we got rooted, and now we pulled all three of them, so now we're going to die. Yeah, I think dying here is pretty much guaranteed at this point. Alright, Hopter, we're gonna kill Hopter's pet just to get it off the field. And we're gonna actually kill... Oh, and now another respawn. Okay. We're gonna actually kill this blue mob because we're having positioning issues. Actually, oh my god, of course we're... As soon as we get oh my god, can we stop with the constant rooting? Okay, well, let's go evasive. Try to get our health back up. Okay. Yeah, we'll go... Actually, let's get everything slowed as best we can. Poisons is Hopter? Hopter's slowed. Okay. That's good. Let's actually go offensive for a bit. Get some damage rolling. If we can get this other Bach Knight dead, I think we'll be kind of good. Oh, actually, hold on. I'm going to mute myself for a sec because that siren's going off. Alright, I think the coast is clear. Also notice the game has probably been inaudible until just now, as the volume setting was just a little bit too low. So we kicked that up a little bit. Also, I am surprised we were able to um, grind through that cloud of frogs. Oh, are ham radios a thing in Europe? Yeah, it was looking grim for a minute there. Yeah, it was. Oh, I thought we were cooked for sure. You see, and that's why we waited to get some endurance back before we pulled. And yeah, gotta remember, Hopter's aggro, or at least Hopter's assist range goes at least on +2, goes all the way to the wall here. If you're gonna pull the Bach Knights, you have to pull them around the corner out of his line of sight, or he will assist. Like the moment lull wears off, which it will, he will absolutely assist all the way to the wall. Is there a Basilisk in Elguk? Because there just is. I know the one you're talking about, too. Yeah. Maybe that group of frogs keeps that one around as a mascot or something. Hey, there we go. And we get a skull-shaped barbet +3. Huzzah. Actually, a very useful helmet. Now, we already have this blackened alloy coif, which I prefer. But, you know, skull-shaped barbet, we take those. You know, a yak would always be handy, but because I'd actually stick that yak proc in my offhand. Go down here to the Cavalier. And all right, we're 40% of the way into this level, so yeah, we're cruising right along. How are we doing on time? Oh, it's 9:30. Well, oh, we're gonna make 46 tonight, even if we have to stay up a little late. Ooh. Always nice when one frog /shields the other. So you get, like, pseudo AoE damage. 46 enough to join? Yep, absolutely. That is, I would actually love to just do everything with just a band of, like, freshly minted 46s. You know, if people are higher than that, that's fine. But yeah, because you do need to be 46 to be allowed to zone into planar zones. That's just a game. That's just an actual game requirement. I am not actually sure what level you have to be to zone into Vox and Nagafen instances. Like, I want to say the game will let you do those at like 40. I'm not even sure if they have a level requirement on them. Well, yeah, just pop the PH and, I feel like Ghoul Lord spawns about 75 or 80% of the time. You know, he has a very generous spawn rate, but it's not 100%. Just praying your power stays on. Blast there now with thunderstorms. Yeah, it was cutting loose there a little bit. So I was, but yeah, fortunately the, power infrastructure around here is meant to deal with a lot of really rough, winter weather in particular, so, like, rain is no big deal. We have a lot of mountaintops and trees and stuff to act as natural lightning rods. So I'm generally not worried about power lines getting hit by lightning. But, you know, it happens. Froglock chilling up there in the center of the room. Yep. Yeah, there actually is. And a transformer pop a block north of you. Oof. Yeah, Transformers exploding is always quite spectacular, and not in a good way. Transformers, more than meets the eye. Quick, name a better sci-fi movie soundtrack than Transformers 1986. Pro tip, you can't. Yeah, Thundercats. Well, did they ever make a Thundercats movie? Like, I only ever saw the original TV series. And yeah, Dune 3 I've not seen, so I can't comment on that. Matrix. Like, I don't remember much about the soundtrack to The Matrix. I mean, Escape from New York is a great movie, but again, like, I don't remember anything about the soundtrack. Now, Highlander, also known as Queen's Greatest Hits. Yeah. Also, I'm generally of the opinion that the Highlander soundtrack essentially codified, from then onwards, what a Queen song is supposed to sound like. Because you could argue Night at the Opera was what did that, and I think either is like equally correct. Because like Queen pre Highlander and pre Night at the Opera sounds very different than everything afterwards. Oh yeah, Club to Death. I mean, yeah, that's like the one track. Club to Death is a good track. That is probably the only track I could name by name off the entire album. Because that was by Chuck D, wasn't it? Flash. Rob Dugan. Okay, maybe Chuck D just did like a cover of it or something. And like, no disrespect to the Flash Gordon soundtrack, but it's not as good as Highlander. You know, it's a good soundtrack. If it was done by any other band, you know, it would be in the upper echelons of that band's discography. but as a Queen album, it's just okay. Like, I wouldn't even put it in Queen's top 5 albums. Yeah, it's a good album. But for them, it's okay. Which just goes to show you what a great band Queen was. That, like, something that's, like, not even in the top half of their discography for anybody else would be their best album. Kind of, you know, in a, kind of in a, for Bison, It Was Tuesday sort of scenario. Just like, you know, any random song, written by Jim Steinman. You know, pick any song out of Jim Steinman's, like, top 20. That same song written by anybody else would be that artist's greatest achievement. For Jim Steinman, It Was Tuesday. And it's, yeah. Rage Against the Machine, yeah. Yeah, a who's who list of, like, of 90s stuff. Yeah, that's and Zophiana on a 5-stream streak, filling out that battle pass, getting those dailies done. Killer Clowns from Outer Space. Great band name, by the way. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, with 11 week top 3, yeah. I mean, Linkin Park pretty much defined nu metal for the early 2000s. You know, kind of like how Blink-182 pretty much defined, like, pop-punk skater rock. XP slowing down. You came here at 33, at 45, yeah. Once stuff starts turning light blue, yeah, it does get a little bit slow. On the other hand, you're suddenly killing a lot more mobs, you know, in the same amount of time, so it kind of evens out. Among Ends, really good. Oh, yeah, for sure. Also helps that most of the enchanter spells that matter are all alteration. So you're running on the same specialization that you'd want to have for Paladin / Cleric anyway. Though admittedly with Master of All, you can just specialize in everything, and it is not expensive to do so. Yeah, moats start drying up. Yeah. Yep. Well, I think for most, for most people, you only really need one rank of Master of All, so you can have Alteration and Evocation accounted for on full specialization. You know, if you've got Magician in your kit, then you probably want Conjuration as well. But otherwise, like, the overwhelming majority of important spells in the game are either Alteration or Evocation. Yeah, Conjuration, other than just summoning your pet between fights, for most classes not named Magician, is an afterthought. And Divination is mostly an afterthought as well. And Abjuration is mostly out of combat buffs. Is Mez Conjuration? I thought Mez was Alteration. Is it actually Conjuration? For just like actual name brand AoE mesmerization? Okay. Alright, well, I stand corrected then. Although, on the other hand, name brand mesmerization is also a level 16 spell that only costs 60 mana by default. So, so specialization for it is not a huge deal. Yep, yeah, you're okay. Are single target mezzes also Conjuration? Yeah, like Dazzle. Yeah, is Dazzle Alteration, or is it also Conjuration? I always has been what, to Conjuration or to Alteration? Mezline has always been Conjuration. Okay. Oh. Yeah, somehow I was thinking that they were alteration. But yeah, shows you how much I was paying attention to the finer details of spells while playing Enchanter. Okay, yeah, because you go alteration for Mez, or like evocation for nukes and stuns. I guess would be the conversation, yeah? And then with, and 5-inch pet Valor of Mar itself based. Oh, yeah, because it'll be 44, so yeah, it can buff itself with Valor of Mar. Alteration for vast majority spells. Yeah, Conjuration for Mez. Oh, okay. Yeah, so, general efficiency from alteration, or focusing in on one real, or doubling down on one really crucial spell line. Though, yeah, here, yeah, just take some Master of All levels for a handful of AA and just specialize in everything. Though, yeah, are there, even on Enchanter, are there any noteworthy spells that run on Divination other than just Invis? Because, like, there are plenty of spells in the game collectively that run on Abjuration, but the overwhelming majority of them are just out-of-combat buffs where the mana cost is irrelevant. Color stuns, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, color stuns are divination. So they at least have some. All right, this time we're going to do this room correctly. All right, get Hopter next. Hopefully he doesn't resist. He did not. Pull this guy. Oh, alright, the last one resisted. That's okay. And we pull him all the way back here out of Hopter's line of sight. Ad coming up from behind, though. That's okay. He's just automatically pulling. It's all good. You're gonna go ahead. We're gonna get him slowed, though. Yeah, having those slow procs, oops, actually be consistent enough. Hey, Toadfall, hello to you as well. Weapon are we using? We've got a Spirali Defender's Blade +5 in the main hand with a Ghoulbane proc now, because we picked up a Ghoulbane on the way into Guck today. And we've got our Shimmering Ruby Stiletto in the +6 in the offhand. We're gonna hope for a Crystal Spear from Vox tomorrow to replace the offhand. And main hand, I don't know what our replacement main hand would be, actually. We might not actually have a better main hand until playing a Sky, now that I think about it. Unless we get like a Monsoon or something from Kha'Zix Thul. Crystal Spear Backstab is 13. Same as Serpent's Tooth from Yale. And Toadfall, 5 Streak Stream, also filling in that Battle Pass and getting the dailies done. Farmed and running eye a little bit. Enough we got a the Mana Prez necklace and like a Babs +6. I think is what it is. I think is what our Babs is at. Babs +5 actually, but you get the point. Or a does this have exaltation class Paladin one-handed. I guess the weapon tab is just not really working yet? Okay. 1.8% for, we're going to actually move in to Hopter. Alright, we slow him. We kill his pet. Because it's just a dot that we can disable. We've gone streaking. Poor Hopter, kind of a chump when he doesn't have 3 ads backing him up. Also, he's only a single class Shadow Knight this time. Last time he spawned as a dual class Shadow Knight Enchanter. So he was just extra fun. Now, if he would give us a yak, that would be great. Yeah, undead are chumps, SKs are chumps. Undead SKs are like quadratic chumps. Future troll paladin of rods at knife. Well, yeah, you know it. Yeah, and that character can't be a chump, because he'll just never be born in the first place. Which means, oh hey, speaking of the yak, there it is. Cool. Yeah, we'll take that. And actually, how's the ratio on that? Actually, 417. No, it's nowhere near as good. But yeah, yak does 75 damage. Yeah, we will. 2 lessers and 2 vanillas. Actually, that gets it to 0.5, honestly. Taking it up to +5? No, but then we'd have to move the poker over to something else. I think we're better off just moving the yak proc into the offhand. And moving the weapon into equipment storage for later. Cool. All right. Nice little handy-dandy upgrade there. And we're almost to 44, which is nice. So the farm on the frog got... the room of... The main thing you want to do there is if there are any healers in the room, which there will be, kill the healers first, especially like the ones up on the balcony overlooking the king. Yeah, get rid of those guys first. Then pull the king up to the balcony, away, out of the line of sight of his guards, and just kill him there. It's actually really easy. You need to be able to lull the room, but as long as you are able to lull the room, it's easy. Just means you need calm or higher, because they're gonna be, the mobs themselves are gonna be like upper 40s. Without lull or mez, or if you've got mez or feign death or something, some way to actually split those mobs up, then there you go. If you have no way of splitting them, though, then buckle up, buckaroo. Pet aggro is really inconsistent. Like, sometimes I see pets aggro socially off of other nearby mobs. Other times not. It's really inconsistent. So I would say if it's a life or death situation, lull the pet. It takes you 2 extra seconds. It's free insurance. Oh, this, well, we won't ding it off this mob, but we're going to ping combat agility 3 here in the next, like, 2 or 3 mobs. So that's nice. And then, yeah, Valor of Mar coming up very soon. Yeah, light blues are basically worthless. Found that you're really good at dying. Yeah. There were a couple level ranges where we were dying a fair bit and struggling a bit. Can't wait to get superior healing. Oh, actually, I mean, even Celestial Cleansing actually will be pretty okay. And I'm looking forward to actually just seeing how well Celestial Cleansing scales with moats. All right, we'll get AA71 off this one. Can't remember how to get to Frenzy. You jump down the pit where the Ritualist is. And then you turn north through the safe hall. And then at the big three-way, you head east. Combat agility. Train. Yes, please. Oh, nice. We just... Holy cow, did we just drop a 2K backstab? Yeah. Backstab for 2,072. And deleted 60% of his health instantaneously. You'll love to see it. Yeah, to describe it more generally, because you come in, you enter the zone, like, over here, depending on, like, so, like, from the entrance, you go to the first fork, you head south, you jump in the water, you go around the corner, you hop up, you land in the bedroom, you take that south, you know, down either corridor into the bat room, turn east through the bats, go past the skeletons, go south a little bit, and you're at the bridge with the pit. As you look to your left, you see 3 ghoul wizards over on the side, possibly the ritualist, and you just jump off the bridge down below, and you're in this room right here. So, easy stuff, more or less. Well, dark blues still give a whole 1%. Alright, we will follow the ancient mystical strategy of Geek the Mage. Oh, very nice. We just evaporated the mage. How much did we hit him for? I don't really see any huge hits. I guess he was just spindly. Just a lowly wizard. Oh, 1.5 off that white con. I want Thelvorn. I mean, Aldrin would be ideal, but Thelvorn has the same ratio. So, they are fundamentally interchangeable. Aldrin just has some extra stats on it. And this should ding us to 44 right here. Ding, 44. 2 more levels. And we Gucci. Oh, my pleasure, and thank you. So yeah, hit up Valor of Mar first and foremost. Huzzah. Let's see. Still just Wrath. Yeah, Holy Might we just kind of don't need. At least not yet, anyway. Ethereal Cleansing. We want to... I don't think we have anything else that's super useful. Oh, we do. We did pick up Wave of Life at 39. Yay. So let's... 2, 4. This is on 5 right here. And Invis to Undead. Alright, Ethereal Cleansing. Let's go ahead and... Okay, I want to do... Alright. Let's see, range. Alright, storage, currencies, deposit all. Yeah, right now, it's getting 1 extra tick from Extended Enhancement 2. Let's pull that out. So we can see the tooltip now. Let's lesser. You know what? Let's move this to rank. Actually, no, I don't want to do that. I want to do upgrade 18. Okay. All right. Takes 1 second off the reuse. Minor. What do we need to do to get 1 extra tick out of it is what I want to see. Two. Okay. Still, all right, lesser. Okay. We have to take it to rank 3 to get 1 extra tick. Now, if we put our focus effect back on, do we get 2 ticks? Yes. Yes, we do. Okay. So that's good. Storage. Now, I'm assuming if we put 2 of these in here, we will probably not get... Yeah. All right. 4 does not get another tick. 5 does not get a tick, but 6 probably does. Four of those. All right, does this get an extra tick? At 6? Nope. There's like some 6, it still only has 1. You need what, 4 5s to go to tier 7? Ugh. I don't want to do that. Alright, so at tier 6, Ethereal Cleansing has gotten 1 extra tick. Its reuse has dropped by 4 seconds. So getting it seems to round up on those seconds. So rank 7 would probably get it down to like 25. But it lasts longer than that anyway, so kind of irrelevant. But yeah, we put the ring back on. Suddenly, though, we put the ring on, and now we are actually getting that rounding up to 7 ticks. So, we're right on this. So I bet you if we bumped it up to tier 7, it would just get that extra tick, but then probably not get the extra tick from the focus, and we'd still be at 42 seconds. So we might be at kind of the sweet spot there where the rounding is just kind of working in our favor. So, okay, we will actually use that spell just for testing purposes, if nothing else. Yeah, huge upgrade. We're now sitting on 50% combined haste. Huge. Also, we're healing for 118 instead of 98. Which is what the tooltip says we should be healing for. So yeah, we're getting about a 20% bump to healing at rank 6, which is what we're accustomed to. So then we get the million-dollar question. Is Ethereal Cleansing actually worth casting? We're getting a... Do I have a calculator open? Not yet, but we can. 429, let's say, which is about average. On a tier 6 spell, divided by 81, we're getting about 5.3 HP per mana from Greater Heal. Ethereal Cleansing gives us 118 times 7 ticks for 106 mana, giving us 7.8 mana, or HP per mana. So actually, with the duration bump, it actually becomes more efficient than Greater Healing. Now, we're getting, 75% increase in duration. So that's helping a lot, because it's getting some very beneficial rounding. Plus, yeah, it's getting 2 axes worth of improvement from spell levels, since it's getting both direct heal potency and also duration. So it's getting 2 multiplicative boosts. Now, we'll see how superior healing maths out in 1.9 more levels. Oh, and if we took spellcasting reinforcement to boost the duration even further, it would get even better. Cast time? Well, I mean, inversion is a thing, fortunately. Ethereal Cleansing, to its credit, is a 1.5 second cast time by default, so you don't have to invert it to make it usable. It'll feel just fine by default. Kickerbs. You know if Rogue gets triple attack? Yes it does. Yes, because they get access to Burst of Power. I'm pretty sure all the pure melees get triple attack at 46. Also, Kickerbs, welcome to the program. Glad to have you here with us. Tell me you know how to feel. Up shiftless to 5, and it's still 1.6 seconds. And Kickerbs, thank you for that follow. Glad to have you here with us. Alright, +7 with Empower Snapshot. You're getting 1251. Nice. With just 1 out of 4 reinforcement. Yeah, even just 1 reinforcement should give you an extra tick, yeah? Because you'll get the beneficial rounding. Depending on where rounding or you know what the order of operations is, and how often it's rounded off to a server tick. You know, God dang it. You know, the benefit of a spell just being fast to cast by default, because you don't need to invert it to make it not feel bad, is you can just sit in Recovery Invocation instead. And just have all that extra passive mana recovery. Oh. Oh, hello, Archmagus. Nice of you to join us. We're still getting 1.5% off the Archmages. So that's a thing. Can't turn into a pumpkin yet. We got a ways to go still. On that side, yeah, I would Really like to see what properly upgraded Sacred Echo looks like on Cleric. We heal over time quest now? Kind of seems like it. Though, if your spouse is a cleric and she casts Sacred Echo on you, is she hot wifing? I'll show myself out. Not even so much as a sensible chuckle or a polite finger guns for that one. Was it that bad? You didn't hear it. Okay. So I said, if your spouse casts Sacred Echo on you, is she hot wifing? It wasn't that bad at all. Okay. And Jarek with the nah. That's more. That's like the that emote just kind of has the feel of kinshi, which means forbidden. Which, speaking of which, wonder if anybody in the audience is weeaboo enough to appreciate the phrase "hazukashi serifu kinshi." You have to buffer with Spirit of Wolf. She heals over time. Are you sowing your hot wife? There you go, and you're not weeaboo at all. Your 12-year-old likes big anime titties. You know what? The kids are gonna be alright. Constant rage and EverQuest, it's all I understand. Now, all right. Here's the here's some internet culture history for you. Who here knows the actual origins of the word weeaboo? Because originally it had nothing to do with anime. Wasn't it from a webcomic? It was from a webcomic, actually. As long as I have no follow-up questions, you know exactly where it came from. Yes, Hey Whoa gets half credit for remembering that it is from a webcomic, actually. From back when webcomics were a thing. Yes, it was originally a complete nonsense word. Now, it was, the usage of weeaboo to refer to a particularly annoying Japanophile brand of anime fan, that was a 4chan thing. But the original word weeaboo was a complete nonsense word with no meaning at all. You know, sort of a Dr. Seuss word. From a strip of the webcomic The Perry Bible Fellowship. Yeah, and it basically replaced Wapanese. Uh, and yeah, on 4chan, somebody would act like an annoying Wapanese Japanophile, and then people would reply with images from that particular strip of Perry Bible Fellowship, um, as a way of calling them out on their irritating behavior, because it would feature a guy brandishing a paddle. Uh, and yeah, then from there the word just got adopted. And then, yeah, as weeaboo became more ubiquitous with that meaning, it eventually got abbreviated to just weeb. And then weeb pretty much just took over as the more common word. Yeah, and within like American fan parlance, like the word otaku just kind of evaporated and just got replaced with weeb. Isn't etymology fun? It's almost as fun as entomology. Ugh, God, even Frenzy's pHs are turning light blue. Gross. On the other hand, with the level difference and also just getting Combat Agility 3, man, we take so much less damage than we did like 2 or 3 levels ago. Hey, Hungry Pie Monger, how's it going? Welcome to the program. Think we'll get epics before Kunark? We will not. I mean, half the epic quests, like, require going to Kunark anyway, so for a lot of classes it's just not possible. But also, because, and Brass had actually asked about this for me, because I had asked about getting, questable Ghoulbane, so that we wouldn't have to kill Shinlord, because the whole quest is actually in Old World. In fact, you can farm up all the drops for the quest. You just can't turn it in. And the answer was wait till Kunark. I mean, I'm also generally of the opinion. You just want fire. Well, Fiery Avenger you can get right now. Yeah, you can 100% get Fiery Avenger right now, because Fiery Avenger was an old world quest. Well, it was a Plains quest. Well, it was a completely non-functioning old world quest. That was broken from day 0. Broken / unimplemented / whatever from day 0. That was re-implemented in a new form in the Plains era. So yeah, and hey, you watched my videos. I appreciate that. Hope they were of some use to you, or at least interesting. Yeah, it's Fiery Defender that you can't get until Kunark. But 90% of the Fiery Defender is just getting the Fiery Avenger. So, go get, in fact, because, like, what I intend to do on live is actually go get a stack of Fiery Avengers. And by a stack of them, I mean, like, 16 of them. And just bank them to upgrade into Defenders, so I can mode up all those Defenders and fuse them into a +10 more or less off the bat. And the only rough part of getting 16 Fiery Avengers, actually, is getting 16 Ghoulbanes. 16 Ghoulbanes is gonna suck. Oh yeah, and only other, like, slight addendum, I would mention, by the way, for the epic, that was not the case then, but is the case now. Alternate way to get Priests of Life faction. um, is killing Lord Grimrot. Lord Grimrot used to be a horrific, like, 1 in 100 spawn. Now he's actually quite common. And he gives you 200 some odd faction points per kill on his live version. Like, you could just pop down to South Karana, like, once, once in a while, casually pop some Lord Grimrots and have your Priest of Life faction maxed out with no effort. Yeah, or 400 silver bars if you want to spend the coin. But yeah, Lord Grimrot, like, spawns more often than not now. Because his, at least his live form had its spawn rate cranked into the absolute stratosphere. Like, the other night, I was going over to go look at maybe doing Aegis of Life quest, and in 6 total instances, I think I killed live form Grimrot 4 times. That's more Grimrots than I've seen in my entire life. So, yeah, he's super common now. Not 100%. You will still get placeholders, but he's super common. You can use him as a faction farm if you don't want to spend the money on silver bars. Now, Lord Grimrot's a human. You're thinking of Zakotl over in Mistmore. He drops the Soulfire Hilt. Zakotl just gives regular Mistmore faction hits. He's nothing special. And then other thing also with Fiery Avenger is, you no longer have to spawn Durkhog on the quest island. You just hand the 500 plat directly to the genie, Das and Goldblade, and that spawns into Akera. You can still put your Fiery Avenger Warn Focus mod on your main hand weapon and bash with your one-hander, because that makes sense. And bash is no longer, sharing a cooldown with cleave, for what it's worth. And the bash mod on Fiery Avenger is a warn effect, not a focus, so it does not interfere with Bard instrument mods. Plus, it's peak Fashion Quest, so there's that. After 13 years on vanilla EQ playing this class continuously, I would hopefully have learned a thing or two. Plus however many 100 hours I crammed into closed beta. The hate click shield is Lord of Ire. I think there is also a very, very small chance you can get it off of Inaruk. I have never seen it drop off of Inaruk personally, but I believe he does have a small chance to drop any of the stuff from, or any of the unique stuff from the minis. It's just very, very rare. Lord of Ire is your actual, like, go-to target. I had really bad luck getting Shield of the Immaculate. Yeah, plus being in a World First Guild. Yeah, no, that's also a thing. Yeah, I had really bad luck with Shield of the Immaculate. I know a bunch of other people were dropping them left and right. It took me so many kills to get one. Ugh. And I also, very unpopular opinion here. I actually think Shield of the Immaculate should probably be nerfed reasonably hard because it completely trivializes anything with disease counters, which is to say, slows. I mean, it completely renders the entire Cure Disease spell line irrelevant. And it's all, by the way. So, you know, everybody is basically immune to slow once they get a Shield of the Immaculate. 1 click gets rid of Beast Lord's slow. 3 clicks gets rid of any other slow. Counterpoint based. Yeah, I mean, it's basically a mandatory get for everybody. It just is your secondary / backslot click, period. Not that there's that much competition for that slot in the first place, but immunity to slow is just way too huge to pass up on. And I don't think the disease counters on slows ever go up, do they? Outside of maybe a few oddball effects like certain dragon AoEs. Like Volok, I'm looking at you, maybe. But yeah, the fact that it's on a, it's an instant click on a 1-second cooldown means you go click, 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 and slow is gone. Likewise, any disease dot, you're just immune to. Task window. I mean, I think Alt-Z is the expedition window, but that is actually not the same as the task window. EQL button. Because let's like, do you want the expedition window or do you want the actual task window? Because the task window currently only has 1 task to put in it, and that's the agnostic unlock quest to kill Kazakh and Inaruk. And is it Quest Journal? Yeah, it's actually called the Quest Journal. Yeah, it's under Quests. It does not have a keystroke by default. Doing agnostic quest. Okay, yep, no, there you go. Yep. So yeah, you can assign it a keystroke. It does not have one by default. And yeah, the agnostic unlock, agnostic is the only deity with distinct mechanical benefits. Because it lets you be, or it makes it easier to be non-KOS everywhere in the world simultaneously. Also, I'm suddenly imagining an agnostic cleric as basically a 350-pound neck-bearded fedora lord in fingerless gloves, healing people with the power of his fedora. He just goes, God isn't real, and neither are your injuries, milady. You're healed, but left very greasy. And yeah, the spot where you were injured is healed, but for some reason is now covered in Cheeto dust. And the cleric is like, is like, well, I'll cure your wounds, but first, let me tell you about our Lord and Savior, Richard Dawkins. And unlocked. Excellent. Yep. Nice easy peasy quest right there. Yeah, what are we buying next, anyway? I mean, we could buy rank 1 of Combat Fury right now, if we wanted to. Also, I've been putting off doing an AA guide for, like, priority on what AAs to buy, with the hope that we get fleshed out class tabs, so I can have a little bit more comprehensive information that doesn't become completely obsolete the moment that does actually drop. So, but maybe if that doesn't make it into next Tuesday's update, maybe we'll just do it then. Because if it doesn't, because we only have, because that'll be like 1 week before beta's over. It'll be the last major update before beta ends. So anything that's not in by then is just not going to make it in before release. Yep, yeah. That's, yeah, the pet level not zoning correctly. That's already on the, that may or may not make it in for a hot fix. Should be done for, Tuesday, though. For the next major update. Yeah, if it doesn't get hot fixed before then. So. Oops. That and a, yeah, gear suggestions. Beyond Befallen revamp. Yep. If we get, I think there's a pretty decent chance we might get an Unrest revamp. In Tuesday's update. So that's gonna possibly change that calculus. Because otherwise, the guide really is like Befallen. Pick up a couple of things in Runny Eye, power level to planes. If you grab an FPS, oh, and you know, I should say, make a stopover in Najina also. Then you know, then power level to planes, and then there you go. So, yeah, it's basically, yeah, do the revamp zones, then then PL to planes. With a stopover along the way for a Soulfire and a Fiery Avenger. Yeah, I wish there would be more to it than that, but that's what it's at right now. Oh, good. Cav's back up. Can I please have a Dark Reaver, Mr. Cavalier? I promise I will stop bullying you for the rest of beta if you give me a Dark Reaver. I will not bully you again, yeah, for the entire duration of beta if you allow me to have a Dark Reaver. No luck with a Dark Reaver either yet? Yeah, rip. Yeah, honestly, this drop is currently like the big stumbling block on the Burning Souls quest. More adamantite epaulets. I feel like 46 to 50 is actually quicker and easier than 42 to 46. Because that's when you gain access to just grinding and Plane of Hate. You got, the fetch. You got Nagi D0 earlier at level 42. Neat. As Monk, Druid, Enchanter. Absolutely based. Just noticed something odd. So procs, like, Life Tap, while Photonic Whip retain their tier levels even after putting them in other items. I mean, I don't think it's supposed to. Like, I don't know, because the item is... Because for a while there, Exaltations were just showing up as unupgradable. Now they're just showing the tier of the item they're placed into. Except, like, that one, or maybe... but that one's showing this... It's weird. That Ghoulbane was showing the same results as the Shimmering Ruby. Like, it's just kind of broken. They're like all reporting the same tier level as just the first item I inspected. You get 2 tries. That's... Yeah, because, I mean, the reality is Exaltations for right now are not upgradable. They just are what they are. For a while there, they were showing as unupgradable. That one's showing 4... And, yeah, like, now they're all showing, like, the same 4 and 5/16. So they're just a mess. Yeah, for a while there, they were showing as this item cannot be upgraded. Which is what they should say, since they're not upgradable. Oh, and you just got a Dark Reaver based. Yeah, man, I cannot wait until we have another actual high-level zone to grind in. I would almost consider just going over to Sol B and going for some Gebs or something. Oh, I see Hopter's back up. Would it be a waste to put the same proc on two different weapons if dual wielding? Yeah, they should. Because procs don't have. Well, there's the. Because there's like the proc per minute math. I can tell you it's not better, at least until 46. Okay. Fair. Yeah, because procs don't actually have cooldowns. They just have their proc per minute math, which I don't know if that actually runs on like an entropy system or just straight RNG. Might be the spot for a chanter with imps backstabbing. Remember, if you moat up your charm, you'll increase the max level on a 1-to-1 ratio. On the other hand, at 46, with a pumped up charm, and then at... Actually, wait. At 46, does Maestro drop anything good for non-bards? Yes, he drops the Shield of the Stalwart Seas for Paladins, which is the highest AC item in the entire game. It also has Ultra Vision on it, for what it's worth. How do you downscale an instance for free? You mean like turn it from like difficulty 4 down to difficulty 3? Is that what you mean? I mean, all you can do is quit the instance and make another one. There's no way to change the parameters of an instance after you create it. Yeah, it'll use a charge, but that's why you get 2 charges. So if you, you know, decide that you bit off a little more than you could chew, or other way around, if the zone's too easy, yeah, you've got a second charge to adjust. Oh, hey, the Scalp of the Ghoul Lord, which we can't wear because we don't have an evil deity. So we will just sell that for free. But yeah, another skull-shaped barbet. Yeah, well, let me take those. So we're at 79% XP now. We're getting there. We're getting there. 45 to 46 is going to be a drag. But we'll get there. Said they would introduce downscaling without using a charge at some point, which is cool. Yep. Can go down but not up. Okay. That's cool. Now I wonder if downscaling will actually like force respawn the, well, basically like recreate / respawn the zone. Because if it does, you could theoretically use that for named fishing. You know, make the zone at +4, check for named. Then switch to +3, check for named. Switch to +2, check for named. Switch to +1, check for named. Switch to 0, check for named. Get a new instance at +4. So, yeah, that, yeah. Yeah, that system is definitely not implemented yet. Yeah, we'll be rife with, yeah, named hunting abuse. Oh, hello, Mr. Cavalier. I want to stop bullying you. You're giving out Dark Reavers though, so I just was hoping I could get one. That is not a Dark Reaver. And yeah, especially as a tracking class, yeah, that. I think the and I don't know, like, from a coding perspective, how plausible it is to have the like existing zone populations simply scale down. System is only in place to mitigate the amount of instances. So you could do that if you were a tracker. You know, like, yeah, or there's also, I guess, the question of if it is like force respawning the zone, how now is it essentially like closing the zone and reopening it? Like, is it spinning up a new instance just for free? Is it able to actually just dynamically repopulate the zone without closing it and reopening it? I mean, there's like, as far as like system resource consumption, that's a question for how the system would actually be engineered. So that's like, you know, it's just a systems question. Yeah, you would still need to spend another charge to restart the instance, but I don't know, I'm thinking by the time you burn through 5 copies of the zone looking for and sniping all, you know, like whatever named you're looking for, you've probably burned an hour. Hey, Gretz, you made 46. Your body is ready. Almost. Yeah, it's okay. Today was Wednesday. Okay, so tomorrow will be Thursday. So yeah, we'll do, it'll be 9. Okay, yeah, 9 and 10. Yeah, that makes sense. Because that's on the 17th. So, okay, that makes sense. Oh, yeah, and that's the... I'm just thinking on Saturday, yeah, my civic organization is having its annual picnic. But I will be working all day, so I will miss out on that. Though I may pop in at some point in the afternoon just to sign off on any, like, receipts or whatever that need to get paid, since I am the secretary of the organization. Sol B was a mistake. It'd be 47 if you just stuck with Guck out. I mean, you at least getting any, like, Gebs or any other kind of, like, useful drops or anything? Or moats or anything like that? Like, I have never XP'd in Sol B in my life before. You know, I go to Sol B for the singular purpose of killing Nagafen. And from D2 for a bit, then dropped to D0 was much easier, but still was not better than D2 Guck. Fair. Yeah, I'm going to be hitting 45 here soon-ish. Now, at this point, you're going to try D0 Guck. At this point, you're probably going to be wrecking it so fast anyway that the extra, like, scaling from D2 doesn't even slow you down. And the 40% XP bonus is strictly a positive. $1,900 backstab. Love to see it. Alright, still getting 1.222% off some of these dark blues. It's not bad. Oh, here's a hot take. Bump like all of Unrest up to be like Hag Pit level. Oops. Ah, it's alright. Okay, I see. Yeah, because your XP percentage is always rounded up. So. I should check if an assassin rogue pet would be worth charming in D2. If, is the assassin charmable? I know a lot of named mobs are just flagged immune to charm. Or flagged ineligible, I should say, to even cast it in the first place. We might actually ding off this mob. No, we need 1.2. Could a PH be charmed? Yeah. we will ding off of this Zol Ghoul Knight right here. And then we'll be in the final stretch for tonight. Whew. Ding, 45. Time to level Pal Zerk Shaman for A and Moats. Based. A very good combo right there. Should just absolutely shred. Let's see. Any level 45 spells of note other than Divine Might? Nope. Divine Might is the only level 45 spell, as a matter of fact. 46, though, is Pinzarn and Superior Healing. Alright, let me actually run to the bathroom and grab a drink quick. And I will be right back. And we're back. Alrighty. Also got some more caffeine. And Stash-tastic Hello, good timing on the raid while I'm getting a drink there. Thank you for that. Hello, raiders. Let me get caught up on chat here real quick. Sure, rated by the Stash fam. Yo. Share stream. Let's see. King Vexed. Yeah, Stash Tastique, should say. Gotta pronounce that E at the end there. And Trap of Logic, good evening. Yeah, welcome everybody. Alright, we're ready to... Oh, and I just... And Stash Tastique, thank you for that follow. Let me actually follow you right back there. Oh, got some Dick Sword messages. Let's see. Well, viable for... Oh, limited time premium draws. 30 tickets. Ooh, based. Let's see. Sunder Marauder. Yep, always good. Sunder Duelist, also good. Yes, Sunder's still a good skill after all these years. What are we... What about you? Alright. So, and yes, I was in closed beta. I got my key in early May from asking salient questions, as it were. So yeah, I played the crap out of closed beta. If you want to see a bunch of my... channel link address. Yeah, if you want to go check any of the like closed beta VODs and whatnot, they're up on the YouTube channel. Linked in chat there. So yeah, the core actual inventory space we're going to get. Actually, I mean, was not really bothered by it. So not... Oh, just instantly killed that thing. Cool. Yeah, yeah, not... Yeah, I was not bothered by it. Though I'm... As I've said before, you know, I'm used to... I have bought a lot of stash tabs over the years on Path of Exile. So, you know, it's all good to me. Like... And my, so on closed beta, my core class trio was Paladin, Cleric, Berserker. I had been kind of theory crafting that trio up before beta even started. Actually got in and got to work with that trio. It ended up being better than I even expected it to be. It was great. You know, just demolished the game with that trio. So, you also for those who don't know me, I played Vanilla EQ for 13 years. From 01 to the end of 2013. Spent a big chunk of that time in high-end raiding guilds up to and including the then #1 guild in the world. So I have played basically every tier of gameplay on Vanilla up through... the last expansion I played on Vanilla was Reign of Fear. The last thing we did there before my old guild Triality went out of business was we got the world's second and server first kill on the final boss of Reign of Fear. And yeah, that was like October 2013. Up here and lay on hands, cooldown can be dropped way low. Yep. So it's 15 minutes by default, but every time Smite hits, you take a minute off the cooldown. Now, if it's already ready to go, then that doesn't do anything. But yeah, as long as it's on cooldown, yeah, you'll cut a minute off per hit of Smite. Now, like all damage skills, you know, of the kick bash variety, it does multi-attack according to whatever multi-attack skills you have, so it'll double and triple. But it does have to actually hit. Yeah, I was actually pretty OP at one point. I also claim a lot of credit for shifting, back during like the Planes of Power era, shifting tank meta away from hit points and into armor class. Because at a time when I was in a like lower mid-tier raid guild, there were a lot of bosses in Planes of Power that most people, even in top guilds, would say could only be tanked by a warrior in defensive. And I was just tanking I was solo tanking as a paladin with ease because I was spec'd entirely into armor class instead of hit points. So I just didn't take damage. And yeah, you know, Ranger is actually a pretty good class. So it is, you know, being a wisdom caster, it will contribute to your mana pool. And remember that your resource pools go off of your 2 highest classes for that resource. So it'll contribute to your mana pool. It does give you a pretty good block skill cap. Not as good as Monk, but I want to say Ranger is like tied for 2nd place. You get the passive attack buff just from leveling, which is honestly pretty huge. Really affects your damage consistency. Yeah, no. Oh yeah, yeah, there was a time when paladins were considered to be strictly like secondary or off tanks. Now, one of my best times as a main tank paladin back in the day, again, in a time when most pop bosses were thought to be the realm of, you know, warrior only with defensive discipline rotations being mandatory to not die. Nah, like, I could do the entire Ralos Zek the Warlord script as the only tank, top to bottom. You know, script starts, Talon comes in first, I snap aggro on him, I pull him into the corner, face him into the corner so he doesn't AoE the raid, hold aggro against, you know, while the DPS burns him down as fast as physically possible. Going, you know, all gas, no brakes. As soon as Talon, as soon as Talon dies, like, as his HP is going from 1 to 0, I step around the corner, because Valen spawns momentarily after Talon dies. Step around the corner, look to the hall where Valen's gonna spawn. As soon as he spawns, snap aggro on him, pull him into the corner, lock him down. And by the way, Valen actually hit kind of hard. And he also debuffs your tank's aggro. Doesn't matter. I could still hold aggro on him, and the DPS can go all gas, no brakes. Tank him, then the whole raid evacs back to zone in to jump down the pit and fight Ralos. So, you know, the raid forms up in the corner. I run out, I grab Ralos, I pull him into the corner. Um, and yeah, Ralos was pretty rough comparatively for the era, and I'd solo tank him. It was no big deal. He's just a warrior. It ain't no big deal. Yeah. What gear were you rocking at the time? Going into Planes of Power, I would have had mostly maxed out Vexthal gear. With a Sword of Sreshta as my weapon of choice. Once the dang thing finally dropped after like 50 some odd Emperor kills. You know, gnarly some of those EQers. Yeah, dedicated, organized. Oh, yeah. Oh, by the way, my guild also, we did our first, at a time when, you know, raiding with less than 72 was considered weird. I think our first Ralos kill was with 42 people. Because this was before raids got downsized down to 54. And you were still allowed to use 72 people. Because this was still slightly pre-instancing. Because you recall that Plane of Time B was the first actual instanced zone in the game. So, yeah, normally, you know, guilds would throw 72 people at Ralos. We did it with 42, with a Paladin main tanking the whole thing top to bottom. In a time before Paladins got any kind of, like, mitigation disciplines or anything like that. Yeah. Oh, Vexthal. You know, Vexthal was tedious, but I don't know. I had fun with it. Probably because that would have been like when I was in like I don't know, probably like college. So you know, I was at the right age to not really give a damn and just have fun raiding all night and drinking, you know, 8 liters of Code Red Mountain Dew every single day. So, definitely some rose-tinted glasses in that regards for me. Also, yeah, you know, 3 loadouts is all I would ever need. Like, on closed beta, I think I only really ever used 2. And I leveled a bunch of classes to 50. Though, the, I highly, if you go checking out the YouTube backlog, there is one where I just decided to do away with the 3rd class and go do Kazakh and Inaruk on their respective highest difficulties, just as a dual class. I dropped Berserker and just went in as a Paladin/Cleric. And I wrecked both of their faces. Admittedly, you know, I had pretty maxed out gear at the time. Yeah, it was good. Or there was also the one where I went in and did I was leveling Enchanter and having a good time of it. And decided I was going to go do Inaruk. Now, my max difficulty, you know, my difficulty 4 Inaruk was on cooldown still. So I did Inaruk +3, which is a little bit easier, but not by much. But I did that when my Enchanter was still level 46. So I was still missing some key spells. And all my skill caps were kind of reduced. So I did that as a Paladin, Cleric, Enchanter at level 46. And again, my gear was pretty well maxed out, but the lower skill caps really do make a difference because you get hit that much more often, you miss that much more often. and I was missing a couple of key spells from levels 47 through 50. So it was actually fairly challenging. I was actually pretty proud of that one. And, yeah, tomorrow... Oh, hey, it's Sophiana. Yeah, you got the, yeah, Orog got his Ruby, BP. Very nice. Peak fashion quest right there. You know, I'm wearing it also. Just need to get it to plus 10 now. Good luck with that. Although, hey, you know, the Avatar of Fear does count for the Godslayer achievement. So, you'll get that achievement long before you get to plus 10 Rubicite. Although the Rubicite boots also drop in that same room off the Cenobite. So, yes, he has such sights to show you. Let's do alert things for a little bit. All right. You will return? Okay, well, we're going to be here for a little while, because we got to get to 46 tonight. Yeah, the Cenobite's kind of rare. Or maybe he just seems rare, because Avatar of Fear does not have placeholders. We got legs and BP. I forget where the legs drop. I know there's, like, some other corner of the zone. Might have to actually... Maybe on live, I'll go grind up the whole suit, just for fashion's sake. Pretty much every dungeon has an XP boost, which, by the way, Tastik, the term we would use for that in EQ speak is Zone Experience Modifier, or ZEM, for short. And technically every zone has a ZEM, because it's just a stat that is built into the zone itself, though that ZEM can be negative. You know, a zone could just give, like, 80% of baseline XP because it's easy and convenient or whatever. Whereas, generally speaking, dungeons have positive ZEM. And it might not be a huge modifier. It depends on the zone. And yeah, by all means, you know, ask me anything you want to know about the game. Because I know way too much stupid crap. Oh, yeah, Unrest D4 is... Yeah, I mean, that zone is Train Central by default. Aggro is already goofed in that zone. 14 gems, not enough. I usually have trouble filling, like, 10 gems. Maybe, like 12 at most. How Claire Rogue be better than How Claire Zerk? There's a little bit of give and take there. On one hand, Backstab is really good, and Backstab is always there for you, but you have to give up an inventory slot to utilize it. So you're giving up one of your any slots. which means you're basically giving up a planar BP's worth of stats. You know, because at the top end, your any slot is going to be at least the BP of your second and third class, at least, if not something more specialized. Like there are several very high stat belts with a ton of or something like a Shield of Rainbow Hues with like 20 something to all saves. You're giving up a big stat stick to have a piercer in your any slot, because presumably you've got better ratio weapons to equip than what the than what a typical backstabber has. Versus, Berserker does not have that limitation. On the other hand, as we've seen currently, dual wield just mogs two-handers, just full stop. And hey, JMedia1, good evening to you. So, and I would say that, Berserker gives you access to Cudgel of the Fool. Cleric already gives you access to Baton of the Sky, which has a marginally worse ratio, but infinitely better stats that are very relevant to the build. So I would, and also has access to some like crazy good procs, like Thurgist and Dawnfire. So I would say that like Cudgel is just inferior to Baton of the Sky on that setup. Unless you want to just use Fiery Avenger, also very acceptable. Yeah, then the other question is, are you able to just stay in Berserker stance all the time? That's the key, because the moment you are no longer... dang it. The moment you stop using Berserker stance, you basically stop being a Berserker. So if you have to go into defensive, then... yeah. Then Berserker is not really contributing much at that point. Also, Rogue gives you evasive and Berserker doesn't. And evasive is really useful. Rogue also gives you all the stealth mechanics, which are very useful. Lock picking, for what it's worth. Yeah, the other... there's... your offhand weapon, interestingly, in like a Paladin Rogue Cleric setup, your offhand is actually somewhat limited. Because you don't have access to like the good Monk offhands or the Warrior offhands. Paladin weapons are all primary only. Since Paladins don't dual wield. Rogue weapons have bad ratios in exchange for having backstab damage. So now you could just put your Afridi War Spear in your offhand and just use that. It's got a bad ratio, but it's got a lot of damage. Or I should say, it's got a bad ratio compared to the stuff, compared to what the ratio on your main hand will be. That Afridi War Spear is not going to be able to compete with Aldrin for ratio. Although there is also like Thorn Stinger, but I think Thorn Stinger actually has lower backstab damage. Let me fact check that though before I put my foot in my mouth. Because I am not Quentin Tarantino. I don't like having feet in my mouth. Yeah, Thorn Stinger has... Although Thorn Stinger procs Rampage, which is really cool. The tooltip does not show the backstab damage, though. And it's primary hand only. Yeah. Interesting. It does piercing. Does Thorn Stinger not have backstab damage on it? Yeah, and Rogue also gets poison, which is actually huge. And yeah, Paladin Monk is wild. Yeah. Yeah, I think if you're... Though, yeah, Rogue Poisons are a nice addition. They really are. Should not be... Although, as I was saying before about Beast Lord kind of gets you the... You know, like, all of the above. You know, being a hybrid, it doesn't give you the best of any one world, but it gives you the second best of all of them simultaneously. Gets you a better slow than rogues, actually. Not as good as shaman or enchanter, but the second best. You do get the nice pet damage. Oh, we got another yak. Okay, that's cool. We'll just store that one away. Let me invis up and go check on the Cavalier. Yeah, all the pet utility, a couple of useful spells, a couple of useful buffs. They actually get Feign Death. Yeah, Berserker is amazing as long as you can stay in Berserker stance. The minute you have to swap to defensive to stay alive, you stop being a Berserker. So it is a little bit situational in that regard. You know, Rogue requires you to have a poker equipped, so you're gonna have worse weapon choice, or worse ratio weapons, or you're gonna give up in any slot. Yeah, Monk also gives you Mend, which is amazing. And on-demand Feign Death. Also, Woo's Fist is just an amazing offhand to pair up with Aldrin. I gotta see... I want to actually check, though. Beast Lord. Let me see here. Spirit Render is the secondary hand. It is 1023 by default. Versus Monk. Woo's Fist is 1622. Okay, Woo's Fist just wrecks for damage. Full stop. Like, nothing... I think he will be hard-pressed to find an offhand that comes even vaguely close to Monk. Check the Warrior. What's the one-hander? What's, Dogus? Dogus is 1121 with a pile of stats. Dogus should not be underestimated. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Pal Claire Beast, or would be, I think, pretty fantastic. And honestly, you could probably... I think you could probably swap the cleric out for enchanter in a lot of content to just run on, just to pick up Mez. Also, yeah, Paladin, Cleric, Enchanter can absolutely just obliterate the world. Just very slowly. Oh, hey, we're at 29% already. Yeah, we're kind of flying through this last level. Oh yeah, Pal Claire Monk, yeah, just fantastic combo. Honestly, I think with the Paladin Cleric base, you could probably put any pure melee on top of that, and it would be good. Or any source of slow on that, and it would be good. Oh, crap. Speaking of slow, I need Cure Disease. Yeah, there's a wizard or an enchanter in this crowd of mobs that's constantly chain stunning me. Let's see. Monk Bard, really, yeah. Swapped off it on another character. Was rolling through Hate Fear 3s. Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, Bard just buffs so hard, and man, once Bard gets access to the Rune Song, holy cow. That song is just crazy strong. You know, 50-point rune for free every tick? Yes, please. Oh, hello, Frenzy. Oh, two Frenzies. Based. Oh yeah, Pal Burr Ench. Big Cat Mike, welcome to the program. Glad to have you here with us. Oh yeah, when I was leveling, Pal Burr Ench, yeah, it was so fun. Leveling Enchanter was some of the best fun I had on closed beta. Another Moonstone Ring. We do not need those. But, Mr. Frenzy, Part 2. Yes, please. So, just grinding in, and yeah, Big Cat Mike, thank you for that follow, by the way. Glad to have you on board. Grinding in Plane of Hate with an abhorrent charm pet on Pal Claire Ench was just glorious. And that was before charm pets had access to the pet inventory. Oh yeah, Pal Monk, you just don't need spell slots. Yep. So you got plenty of room for Symphonic Aura. Pal Claire Ench with charm changes. I mean, Oh, hey, you saw that bit. Very good. I mean, it was already awesome without spell buffs or spell upgrades. So, getting 15 points of resist adjust per spell rank, also cranking up the level cap by 1. And now giving charm pets access to pet inventory. It's probably just unholy good at this point. I mean, I was already expecting to use charm pet grinding in Plane of Hate as my go-to way to farm AAs at 50, and all of that just completely cemented it. Enchanter was the recipient of so many free bonuses from all that stuff. Yeah, enchanters are... I mean, enchanters were already eating really good. Now they're eating extra good. You're getting everything to like 25 just gives you so many AAs. Rating Pal and Shaman too. Yeah, also good, yeah, because if you want to just push more damage, especially with like Puma, or if you just don't like how long it takes to cast Shiftless Deeds, you know, and you want to overchannel it to make sure it lands instead of inverting it, you know, Togor's is so much more convenient to cast. Also, holy cow, the duration buff from spell upgrades on things like Slow and Mez is so crazy. You know, when your Slow lasts like 4.5 minutes, that just saves you so much mana and so much action economy on a long boss fight because you no longer have to re-slow every 2 minutes. Which especially matters when you have a highly resistant enemy, like the Eye of Vishan, where you need to start re-slowing it when you have a minute on the clock, because it might take you 6 or 10 casts to make it land. Let me just check. I don't think Cav's back up yet, is he? We just killed Cav a minute ago, didn't we? Oh no, yeah, he is. Okay. He's back up. Alright, let's go pop the Cavalier, because we do want that Dark Reaver if at all possible. Yeah, Pal Clarence was just super fun. I'm also curious if, does the healing value on, Blessing of the Lord Commander actually scale with upgrades? I assume it takes a pretty high tier upgrade to even get +1 healing on that, because it has to scale off of a base of 6. So I would think that, like, unless it just rounds in your favor, you would have to get it to, like, rank 5 or rank 6 in order to get, like, 1 extra point of healing off of it. Because rank 6 gives you about... gives you, like, a 20% buff. So somewhere around, like, rank 5, you would... you should hit the breakpoint for +1. Again, depending on how generous it is with the rounding. Though honestly, even just adding like +1 or +2 to the heal value on Blessing of the Lord Commander is pretty huge, especially when you're hitting at Berserker speed. That buff really drives home the synergy between Cleric and Berserker, as that buff gives you life gain on hit, which offsets, and in fact usually just negates and then some, the self-damage on every hit inflicted by Berserker Stance. So you can basically just forget the fact that self-damage even exists on that stance. And Berserker Stance just becomes cruise control for cool at that point. Kind of like Caps Lock. Ooh, 1979 backstab right there. Very nice. And, oh, hey, an SMR. Cool. Spell Haste 2 is really cool. Too bad we can't use that iteration of it. We have to go get the other Spell Haste 2 from the Froglock Crusader over on the live side of the zone. Hopter should get us to about halfway to the level. Okay, it's only 12:30. I was thinking we'd be done by about 1 in the morning, so I think we're going to be reasonably close to that, actually. 115, something like that. Don't have lull or feign death. How do you handle Vox room? Okay. They made Vox's room a little easier in the last update, so it's not as bad as it used to be. Control 2. Heals, cure, disease. The trick to doing, the trick to splitting up Vox's room is, basically run through the room, just run straight through, go out the exit on the other end, through that little tunnel that leads back to the Goblin King. Go through there, then run up through the Goblin cliffside, through the couple of doors into the little tunnel. And, that should basically, you know, one or more of the mobs will probably fail to path to you. And so, like, something will reset and go home. And then something will follow you, and you can kill it. And now Berserker has not been re-updated since the last change. But we'll make it to 43. Okay. Okay. Yeah, you, it's the little tunnel. Basically, it's like a straight line from Vox. So you click the rock to go into Vox's room. You basically run like straight ahead, straight across the room, like right past Vox to the back end of the room. Then yeah, there's this little tunnel back there that just kind of loops back around, and it comes in above the Goblin King's spawn, like up above on that little kind of ledge that you can't quite jump to from where the Goblin King is. So you just hop down off that rock then to the Goblin King, and then yeah, you run up the cliffs of the big Goblin room to where those gates are at the top of the hill. Yeah. It might be the giant that loses sight of you and goes home. It might be Vox that loses sight of you. Yeah. They will probably end up splitting due to pathing problems. But yeah, it just depends on what manages to path correctly and what doesn't. Vox may end up kind of getting stuck back near the entrance. Sometimes she manages to make it all the way up there. And now it's just purely it's kind of just luck as to how the NPCs manage to navigate those tight corridors, because it's very inconsistent, but it does work. You know, the worst that happens is you die, you give them time to reset, and you try again. Upgrading lower level spells might be better than faster, useless mana. I mean, there's something to be said for that. On the other hand, I think, especially when it comes to heals, just potency ends up mattering more. Otherwise, you get stuck in this loop where your whole action economy is spent just casting these mediocre heals over and over and over again just to tread water. Whereas if you're turning if you're turning mana into damage, you can just look at a pure efficiency ratio and say, you know, I've got 1,000 mana to budget. The way I can eke out the most damage with that 1,000 mana is blah blah blah. And you know, and that does actually become a thing. Like if you've got tier 2 focus effects, because a lot of tier 3s just don't exist, or are difficult to obtain on certain, or unobtainable on certain classes, then a lower level spell that gets full focus value might actually end up being more efficient in terms of damage per mana than a higher tier spell. And like mesmerization is, you know, I mean, there's only one version of that spell that exists currently, and it's the level 16 version, but it goes up to 55, and that level cap goes up with bonuses now. So mesmerization 10 will AoE mez up to 30 mobs of level 65 and below, which is just bonkers. You know, and at rank 10, mesmerization will last like 48 seconds or something before any applicable focus effects kick in. Though I don't think there's any focus effect that will increase the duration of detrimental effects like that. Another ping. I hear some thunder rolling in. So if the stream suddenly dies, y'all know what happened. Crit resist, of course. Because why would anything nice ever happen? I mean, it doesn't matter at this point. These guys are not hard, but still. Like, why you gotta do me that way, game? Stun, 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 stun. What do we... I'm actually not sure what I want to do with these AAs. Actually, stun resistance wouldn't be silly. or charm resistance. Alright, Hopter, it's just you and me. Oh, yeah, also, yeah, those, yeah. Two clerics, one shaman, and a druid. What a long fight, yep. Yeah, at that point, you just don't even bother trying to interrupt their casts or anything. Just turtle up. Wait for them to run out of mana. You know, grab a Snickers, because you're not going anywhere for a while. Another hat. Up to 55% XP. Whew. Yup, the last bit is the hardest. But then we unlock Plane of Hate grinding and everything just gets better. We are gonna have trouble, well, prior to LOL getting fixed to increase its level cap with bonuses, we will have trouble because LOL won't work until we hit 49. And God, so much of the zone is light blue at this point. Kuyashi. 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 Also, just, 57, yeah, we're getting there. Lindsay, Sentinel, the 3 Dargools, and the corridor from manuscript to Lord, rinse, repeat. Yep, pretty much. That's... I mean, that's pretty much... I mean, I grab, I also grab the Archmagus room. Oh, 15 minutes until the instance ends. Oh, that's okay. I mean, we'll just get another instance. So it's all good. When it kicks us out, we'll just get a new one. Yep. Autocorrect to the rescue. What was that one, like, classic autocorrect fail story? Where somebody is trying to write, I'm going to the party dressed as Vegeta, and it autocorrects to, I'm going to bedazzle my vagina. Palmong Burr shredding? Yeah. You're just going full Fist of the North Star mode there. Also, holy cow, I'm getting tired. We're gonna get this level, no matter what. Asterisk. The asterisk, you know, like almost no matter what. You know, if I just physically black out, and, you know, at the desk, I mean that. wouldn't be completely surprising. Because when you only sleep, you know, like 4 or 5 hours a day for weeks at a time, eventually your body just can't keep up. Oh, son of a diddly. Alright, Archmagus, I know you're invisible. Wow, we just deleted that that other frog right there. Oh, this Ghoul Archmagus thinks he can cast Mana Detonation on us and get away with it. What a jabroni. He needs to... It's like, you know, sorry, Mr. Archmagus, but we're not in Plane of Sky, so Mana Detonation is not quite as hilarious as it is there. Alright, Garm, you're headed to bed. Yeah, get some sleep. Don't be up till 1 in the morning playing video games like I am. Or probably more like 2:30 till I actually go to bed. You can't sleep due to the Aurora Borealis situation? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, been there, done that. Now this, yeah, yeah, coincidentally, yeah, the last time, like, my, boss had to, come over to my house, yeah, I also, you know, decided to prepare steamed hams for dinner. And yeah, it caused the Northern Lights to manifest, you know, despite my, you know, latitude and despite the time of year, and, yeah, localized entirely inside my kitchen. See, by playing till 2 in the morning, you know, I can surpass my limits and pretend I'm not in my 40s. I can pretend I still have something vaguely resembling youth and vigor on my side. You know, I can pretend that there's still, you know, ample time left within my biological lifespan to have a family and such. But, as we all know, hopium is just a gateway drug to copium. Truly the most addictive of all drugs. Crack and fentanyl have nothing on the addictive capacity of hopium. All right, we're at 69%. Oh, we got 5 minutes before the expedition comes to an end. Okay. We will have to actually kill the instance before we pull any more mobs. And then we'll just make a fresh one. 2 solo respawning. Yes, please. Caffeine is a perfectly valid replacement for sleep. Don't let a a so-called doctor tell you otherwise. He's probably shorting Mountain Dew stock, and so there's clearly a conflict of interest at stake. Pull a SK mob, you get HT twice. Yup. Now, one of those harm touches is pretty small because it's the pet harm touch. But, yup. I should have checked. Oh, dang. I didn't have time to check live side before all the Berserker stance deleting your stamina bar. Really? I don't usually have stamina problems with Berserker stance. I have stamina problems with offensive stance. Dual wielding sky weapons at level 10. Oh, okay. That makes sense. It's a bit of an outlier situation there. Oh, I'm sure. That is just so much damage right there. That's a lot of damage! Oh, yeah. 73%. We're getting there. At least we got 3 dark blues up in Frenzy's room. Nah, I'm gonna finish it now. Because I want to have as much time as possible tomorrow to actually, do Dragons and Gods with y'all, for everybody who wants to join. Oh. Tomorrow's your late day. Rip. Well, we'll have more on Friday, because we'll Friday, because yeah, I mean the order of operations is gonna be Nagafen, Vox, Inaruk, Kazakh. So we'll get as far as we can in that loop tomorrow, and then we'll pick it up on Friday, because we're not gonna get all of that done in one night. Not a chance. I'd say, you know, I'd say, like, be ready to go at 6, but it might not, depending on, like, how soon I finish work, it might end up being more like 6:30. Upload a video, quick walkthrough of Vox Room Break. I think I did at one point. I'd have to dig it up out of a, because I'm pretty sure there's at least a, like, I think there's a couple of good Vox runs on the VODs. Yes, you could. Okay. Let's see. Resting for Tish. Finish levels. Maybe I didn't, oh, maybe I didn't, make a Vox VOD. Maybe I'll, show that off, tomorrow. I'll have everybody back up to the previous area, and then I'll, execute the pull. Because it is pretty goofy. Oh, yes, I am, actually. I would love a, Dark Reaver if you got an extra one. That would actually be extremely helpful. Wait, how's my, I am getting to yeah, I mean we're almost there. We're at 80% XP. We'll not take that much more to top off the level, and then I can go to bed. Well, or rather, then. Hello, Mr. Ghoul Wizard. Would you kindly take a few steps forward? Yeah, getting pretty exhausted though. Alright, you give it to you tomorrow. You can just give it to me tomorrow, or I mean, if you're near a parcel NPC, you can put it in a parcel. Otherwise, yeah, I'll get it from you tomorrow. It is not a right now kind of problem. Alright, frenzy's clear. Alright. Can also, I will check my own Cavalier spawn though, just in case. Oh, Cav's back up. Alright, well, this is why we check. Having the map, such a good QOL edition. Yup. Alright, Mr. Cavalier, the Dark Reaver is now accounted for. So that means you can cough up an extra one, right? Nope. Thought maybe a little, reverse psychology would work, but nope, just more shoulders. How does the Aegis of Life quest go? Alright, so first thing is you need, well, yeah, you need to kill, both undead Grimrot and live Grimrot. Undead form drops the Rotten Heart, which looks like a spider venom sac. And then live version drops the Scythe. And specifically, it is the version of the Scythe that has 1 or 2 charges of, like, vampiric something or other. So what was your current status on? Oh, I still need dead Grimrot. I've got, you know, plenty of live Grimrot drops. More than I'll ever need. But still need undead Grimrot. Have not seen him yet. A little posture check here. Posture is important after all. They said in a recent dev comment, they are committed to having Karens ready for release. Yep. So all you pretty kitty princess cosplayers will be eating good. Though personally, you know, I liked Mithras a lot better. Or excuse me, let me phrase that. I liked Mikotes a lot better back when they were called Mithras. Yeah, a little bit of development on Kara Isle would be cool. Because we've got New Cebalus expedition as kind of a template for that sort of thing. Yep, so the world will actually become round. So right now, the world is functionally flat. Yep, Nectropos Castle, actually, should be released in October. Oh. And apparently, you know, there will also be, like plenty of townsfolk in Nectropos that you can ally with if you are so inclined. You know, if you are the sort who thinks that, that dark elves don't have to be exterminated on site, then yeah, you can maybe talk to some of those guys. Yep, it'll be a spooky castle released in time for Spooky Month. Oh, yeah. I'm supposed to spawn in Soul A. I do not know Sol A well enough to answer that. Trying Paladin, Rogue, Cleric. Okay, yeah, should be good. 1476 Slade based. $89% XP so far. Almost done. For now. Hello, a basilisk. Hit me with stone breath immediately. Alright, 90% XP. I did actually on closed beta. I found that Hammer of Wrath was a good weapon at level 7. And by about level 9, it was obsolete. Because the undead bane damage will not scale with bonuses. And so you have to buff that spell up quite a bit to make the weapon do any higher amount of damage than what it does by default. All right, 93. Okay, there he is. Whoa, yeah, I'm, okay, slaying dead with a two-hander is outrageous. Yep. And it's even more outrageous with archery. The single highest slay value I've seen was a little over 8,000, and that was achieved with archery. I think range stance is a little broken right now. Ready to use when so many mobs aggro. Fair. Let's see. Moving forward. to Ranger, Zerker, Rogue. Interesting. Hmm. All right, 94% XP. We're actually getting very close here. I don't think we're gonna ping off. I don't think we're gonna ding off of Hopter, but we're gonna be real close, which is good because I am actually on the verge of passing out for real now. Yeah, some multiplayer raid DPS. Absolutely. Yeah. Hmm? Did I not? There we go. Okay. Oh, add behind us. Permafrost is gonna be getting a revamp. So, you know, consider it to be in flux for now, but I think the goblins are like in the 30s, and then the giants are like 40 and up, I want to say. Man, Hopter's got some hit points. Are you idiots completely out of mana now that you can, let me go back to it. Didn't even realize I was still sitting in an evasive stance. That explains a lot. Alright. Oh, the other one, the ad actually reposted himself. Reposted / cleaved himself to death before I ever actually focus fired him. So 97%. Just need a couple more mobs and then we're free. What time is it? It's got like 2 in the morning? Yeah, 1:30. Ugh. Oof. Let's put a little more, oh, come on. You stupid ghoul wizard, as usual, just wants to spam Tashan's Clash. What else is new? Okay, there's the, nope, that's one of the hall trash. Alright, this one will actually ding us to 46. Ding! 46. Alright. Oh, we get Blood Draw Venom. Very nice. And Cobra Venom. Where's this for places? Okay. Alright, Cobra Venom. replaces Asp Venom, and Blood Draw replaces Blood Siphon. Yeah, we made it finally. Let's go check on some named. And then we will skedaddle. Oh. Yeah, yep, absolutely, yep, we're not done yet, so, Temple of Sorrow in-game, it sure is. Stash Tastique, thank you. Oh, there is a Ghoul Cavalier down here, which we are going to murder real quick. I'm just going to calm the rest of the room so we don't have to deal with them. The Ghoul Cavalier is, of course, a druid. Roderick, what's your opinion on the quickest class combo starting location to get 1 to 10? More epaulets. Rip. I mean, let's see. Probably something... Mage something. Yeah, that's probably... pretty good bet. I mean, something with Zerker also, just because you have all that delicious go fast right off the bat. On the other hand, yeah, mage pets just kind of destroy early on. Though, best starting area, I mean, I think it's probably kind of 601, but honestly, Aridin and Payneal, I think, might actually win out. Just because Warrens is such a great zone with so many mobs in single-digit levels. Like, you will never run out of mobs in the Warrens. Like, never in a million years will you run out of mobs. Yeah. Well, remember, from Kinos or from Freeport, you can get a gnome teleport over to Kinos, and from Kinos, you can gnome teleport over to Otis. So you don't necessarily have to be an Erudite. I will take another sewn bag, please. Also a jade ring. Oh boy. Alright, we need to go... this way. Come on, let me move, please. Thank you. I want to go check if the Crusader is up. Because I would really like his mithril tunic. If I could do Human Mage starting Kinos, jump over to Otis, level to 10, and pick up Paladin as main, with Human... opens up most classes. Yeah, Human can main class everything except Shaman, Beast Lord, and Berserker. Alright, that's the king down there. I mean, I know Froglock King is up. I don't really need the king. Though... I mean, Mithril Two-Hander is a thing. But Mithril Two-Hander is also quite rare. Oh, what was that? There we go. Okay, now we're... No, we are once again going the wrong way. Come on. There we go. Gotta go over this way. Now we're going the right way. Here we go. Okay. He has like 4 sky quests, so they won't be your first primary. Yeah. Yeah, it's weird how Paladin has fewer sky quests than any other class. And 3 out of 4 are, well, there's the one like requisite haste belt that every class gets, or every melee class gets, and then just 3 weapons. Oh, there's the Yun Priest. Okay. That's handy. Is the Crusader up also? Boy, howdy. No, he's not. But the Yun Priest is. Okay, well, we can kill the Yun Priest. And we get silver-plated leggings. How do those... Well, unfortunately, compared to our pristine leggings plus 8, they are just not any good. Very unfortunate. Okay, and yeah, and there's no Crusader up, unfortunately. So, all right, let's just kill the instance here. Yeah, Mage. Yeah, doing the full run of Mage Sky quests sucks. They have so many quests to do. On closed beta, I was almost done with Mage. Actually, I think I was like, I think I just needed another Wind Rune or something um to finish. SK Mage actually would probably be a pretty respectable combo. You'll need some kind of actual sustain, like a healing class or something, but you know, you put like Shaman or something on that, and I think you'll be like, rocking and rolling, or Cleric, either way, or just Necro. Honestly, SK Necro Mage, like, you know, hear me now, believe me later. You've got maxed out Arcane Mastery Invocation for one. You've got Necro Taps, which is sufficient healing for an SK. You've got a lot of pet gear slots, you know, and you can use the rogue pet instead of the spindly necro pets. And you're an SK, so you should be able to hold aggro against your pet just fine. Yeah, now you don't have any source of slow on that, but you probably have enough just like pure power to just grug your way through everything. Also, heals, superior healing, finally. Glory, hallelujah. Also, I think we have Dismiss Undead at this level, which is not that exciting. But superior healing is exciting. Currencies. We don't have a lot of motes, though, to burn right now. But major potential, yeah, we're just going to put 4 of these to take this up to +6. Yes, please. There we go. Superior healing +6. Knocks mana down to 130. Yeah, very nice. Dump motes. No, we can't take them with us. You know, on the real server, we'll be leveling, you know, secondary and tertiary classes, you know, picking up piles of motes in Befallen. You know, we won't really have to, Oh, how much AC was on the Raven scale? At +6, it has 30. Don't stream tomorrow. Get your question in on before stream if you'd like to, any leading spell leveling questions. Oh, is that going to be on the Discord before? Oh, is that a thing? Okay, that'll be on Friday. So actually 2 days from now. Okay, with Seitoko and Fayana. Yeah, okay, pet upgrades and pet focus items. Ooh, okay. We'll be taking on topic. Okay. Might actually have a... I might actually have a few questions for that. Oh, yeah, I mean... true, it is actually... it is Thursday already, technically. It is tomorrow. Ugh. Well, I feel like I'm getting a slight second wind. Going from, passing out in my chair to ready to actually play for like another hour. I'm not going to, but, I feel like I probably could if I needed to. Wrath Mountains, I'm sure there are a million people. Big difficulty. Yeah, because, there are 9 people in here. Let's go to +3, because I see there's somebody in +4. We're just going to check on our favorite PHs in here. See if lightning can strike twice, maybe. We've seen each of these named once. Neither of them dropped the correct item. That's an orc warrior, not what we're looking for. So we're looking for either a Grazak or an orc priest. Although, you know what? We're going to just delete that orc warrior just in case it matters. Which I'm sure it doesn't. Yeah, over the hump. Let me see if I can just see if there's... Man. Okay, I don't see... I mean, it's also possible the PH could just be dead. Someone could have popped it. Seems slightly unlikely because I don't think anybody target farms this thing. Because for that matter, most people don't even know it exists. It's one of the more obscure weapons from the game's history. Actually, both of these guys are pretty obscure. Going after Twig. Nope. We're checking the PHs for Grazak the Berserker and Quid Rillstone. I did not see Grazak's PH anywhere, but Grazak's on a 2-hour pop time, so someone could have just killed him by accident. I think the odds that somebody else knowingly and purposefully hit Grazak's pH are pretty small. Alright, fresh instance. Chance to roll the dice on named just popping. Though, even if it is like a, at best, 1% chance for either of them. And it's, yeah, probably way less than that. So you're, yeah, so you're telling me there's a chance. We've seen each named once. So yeah, there is a more than 0 chance. So Grazak's pH is an orc priest that wanders. Hypothetically, he's supposed to wander because he spawns to the a little bit west of the Paladin camp. He's supposed to like do a counterclockwise motion, kind of like up over the giant hill, or behind the giant hill, and then he kind of comes down this valley here, ends up over in like right around here, and then he turns back around and kind of repeats that loop. Is approximately what he's supposed to do. Quid Rillstone, by comparison, spawns over here in this general area below the Paladin camp. He has several PHs, which are all these, which there's about 2 or 3 PHs, which are these level 5, just like newbie trash mobs, level like 5 to 10 trash mobs. Like I think that brown bear is a placeholder. I think that's one of them. I think he has 3 of them. I think like 2 static and 1 wandering. I think that fire beetle is another placeholder for Quid. I think. I might be slightly mistaken. I know at least one of them is static and at least one of them is wandering. And they have a slightly different respawn time than the other trash. So if you stare at track, you can actually isolate them. And yeah, you can always spot Quid from a mile away, because he's a level 35 Erudite. Yup, everything was just so mysterious back then. Whereas Grazak is just a larger than average orc. Although he is noticeably large enough so you can actually spot him from a distance. And yeah, usually you will see him running through this valley over here. And I usually run into him down here in this area. Although, I have seen Grazak up actually much closer to the Paladin camp. Actually, that was the first time I ever saw him. That was actually where I ran into him. Because I actually, I logged in there, and he just happened to be standing on top of me when I logged in, and so he just auto-aggroed. It was great. Though he dropped the wrong item, of course. But at least it gave me hope knowing that he does exist. Even if his spawn rate is very close to 0, it is technically more than 0. But this Orc Priest, this time around, I do not see him anywhere. So we'll go ahead and just quit the instance here. We'll pop over to difficulty 2. Actually, 4 is empty. Let's just go to 4. Yeah, non-zero is better than actually 0. However small. Oh, troll invader over there. Don't need that. And yeah, whereas Quid's respawn is just a normal couple of minutes. I forget the exact number, but it's just normal camp value for an outdoor zone of a few minutes. Grazak's respawn time is like 2 hours and change. So he's the sort of guy you pop the PH and then you go do something else. And okay. This is 2 Orc Warriors here. We're going to kill both of them, just in case. I don't think... Killing these Orc Warriors shouldn't matter. But we're doing it anyway, just in case. Yeah, random wanderers, probably not related to anything. Probably no value in killing them, but it takes 1 second, so better safe than sorry. Yeah, all these... We didn't really see too many trash mobs over here, but... We'll kill the ones we see. Yeah, once again, did not see any Orc Priest. Though it is possible he's already dead. But we will check the backside of the giant hill. Just in case he's running around back here. Yep, no dice there. Okay, that's fine. We'll just create another +4 zone. Give this a try, and this will be the last thing we do tonight. Oof. We have been at this for 7.5 hours. Ooh, boy. So, okay. Alright, well, there's the Orc Priest, or there's an Orc Priest. Yeah, so that's presumably the PH. So we'll just kill that thing, not that it really matters. But, yeah, there's an Orc Warrior. Yeah, so that Orc Priest was presumably Grazak's PH. Well, let's go see if Quid's up. Fortunately, this is a non-respawning instance, so if he's not up, we don't have to kill anything. But if he is up, we will hope for the Man of War instead of the stupid hat. Alright, any errant erudites running around? Looking suspicious? Yep, don't see anything up. I think we're good to call it, probably. So, alright, yeah, I don't see anything else noteworthy. So, alright, well, we'll, even quit instance. Oh, pff, really? Hello, a skeleton. How do you undo an auto sell item? You go into EQL, Actions, Loot Window, Filters, and then search for the item. Bronze. Bronze boots, you can either remove the filter entirely to just manually handle the next one, or change it to whatever. Yep, or ADV loot. Yep, that works too. But, whoa boy, it has been 7 hours and 40 minutes. It is like 1:30 in the morning here. I'm exhausted. That will do it for me for tonight. We'll pick it up tomorrow. We're going to do dragons and gods and whatever else we have time for. All the raid bosses. So, yeah, look forward to that. So, thanks for hanging out in chat with me, everybody, tonight. Thanks for watching to the end, everybody out there in VOD land. We'll see y'all next time. Good night.